is an existential one. And so indirectly, it is for Hezbollah as well. So I think we had to expect that they would get in, they would join the fray. And the question is also whether they haven't actually misplayed their hands, maybe for lack of choice, but played into Israel's hands, because there is a strong logic for Israel wanting to take advantage of this to put an end to Hezbollah.
Chuck, what would that entail? Because we did see Defense Minister Israel Katz say that there would be some ground operations by the IDF in Lebanon. Something, of course, we haven't seen since the end of the war, or at least to this extent, since the ceasefire agreement last year. So, how far can Israel go here, and what would Israel's strategic goal or limit be if this continues?
Well, I think, first of all, the biggest question is how this war ends with Iran. So far, things are going as well as could be expected, maybe more so. And if that's the case, or to the extent that that's the case, then it is an opportunity to go and try and, you can never completely eliminate every last Hezbollah fighter and rocket, but to eliminate Hezbollah as a military threat of any significance to Israel, and maybe force it to go the political route in Lebanese life, or maybe even see the organization disintegrate. We have already staged forces in southern Lebanon in a mostly protective posture. The question is how far now we will have to go. If the goal then becomes to really try and put an end to the Hezbollah threat, and this is a unique opportunity to do so, then we may have to go in rather deeply on the ground as well, not just an air campaign.
Chuck, we do see the Lebanese government, the Beirut government, speaking, taking having some tough words for Hezbollah, telling them they have to cease all military activities, lay down their weapons. It's probably the toughest language against Hezbollah we've heard yet from the central government in Beirut. But that's tough talk. What about action? Do you think this is likely to push the Lebanese government, especially its army there, to finally stand up against Hezbollah?
I don't really believe that they have the capability to do so. Lebanon is a country which was taken hostage by a terrorist organization some decades ago, and has since been living in fear under the thumb of that organization. And of course, I'm talking about Hezbollah. Now, what we have seen in the last year and a half is that for the first time, because Israel had hit Hezbollah so hard, for the first time there was strong talk, increasingly strong talk, on the part of the government, demands that Hezbollah finally change its behavior and maybe even dismantle. And now it's even more so because Lebanon doesn't want to have to keep paying the price repeatedly for Hezbollah's wars, so to speak. I think Lebanon, to a certain extent, I mean, nobody wants to be hit, but to a certain extent, they would welcome an Israeli operation that releases them of this bondage, if you will.
Right. Chuck Freilich, I'm going to ask you to stay with us. I do want to see if I can go back to our Mayan Hoffman, who was there at the command center. Mayan, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I'm not hearing Mayan.
I'm with you, Khalif. Sorry.
Okay, now I can't hear Mayan now. Do we have Mayan Hoffman?
Yes, you have Mayan on the line.
Okay, so then Mayan, we're gonna come back to you. I'm sorry,
Okay.
we'll come back to you. I want to go back to Chuck Freilich.
Okay.
Chuck, we heard President Trump speak the other day, still sounding very determined to continue on with the war, despite the fact that there's a lot of political debate where you are in the U.S. I don't think you could call this a popular war, but so far, despite all the opposition certainly among Democrats, certainly some members of his own some members of his MAGA coalition. How determined do you think President Trump is to continue this, even up to, for example, he's talked about going another 3 to 4 weeks with it. Does he have the political capital to do that, or stand up to the political forces that are pressing him to shorten the war?
Well, first of all, if I can just say, I think there's some technical problem because there is ongoing chatter in the background, which makes it almost impossible to hear you.
Okay, hold on, Chuck. I'm going to ask our other guests in waiting. Please mute your microphones and go back to Chuck, Freilich, and Chuck. Now maybe that's better.
Yeah, it is. Look, I think you're asking the million or billion dollar question here, and that is, does President Trump really have the personal fortitude and the political wherewithal to stay the course? Now, I don't know exactly how long staying the course is, but it is a matter of weeks at least, and the president spoke of weeks. But there is a great deal of pressure against him, against this war. The polls show at most a quarter of the American public in support of this. And the Iranians are wisely or maybe unwisely. The Iranians are trying to increase that pressure on Trump by actually attacking the Gulf states and creating at least a temporary energy crisis around the world and at the American pump. And that will create further pressure on the president to stay the course. Look, we are in the early days of the war, at day 5. We need time to do this. If the objective is regime change, which is a questionable objective to begin with, because nobody's ever done it from the air before, then we certainly need time. I think what could happen is when the other Iranian military capabilities are hit sufficiently hard, and that could happen in a matter of days, the president could declare victory. That would certainly be for Israel.
Right. And let me ask you, the Chancellor of Germany, President Trump met with the Chancellor of Germany, Chancellor Merz, yesterday in Washington. The Germans have been at least the most supportive of the U.S. We see, though, some of the other European countries that were initially opposed to the war, France and the UK, which changed its position on the war after one of its bases in Cyprus was attacked. Now, I could just tell you that in the last hour, there were reports of a missile that was fired in the direction of Turkey, another NATO country, along with Cyprus. Do you see the possibility of a shifting, at least among the governments of Europe, in being more supportive of the war, maybe even contributing to it in some way?
I think you're right in pointing out the trend, at least at the governmental level in Europe. As a matter of the Iranians the strategy that I was talking about a minute ago about putting pressure on the U.S. indirectly by attacking the Gulf, the American Gulf allies, by attacking NATO allies, has backfired, and I think it's backfired spectacularly. I even saw one report, I don't know if it's true, that the French are sending their aircraft carrier to the region. But there's a change in sentiment. Certainly, Trump needs this kind of international backing if he's going to continue for a protracted war. Again, I think from our perspective, from an Israeli perspective, the danger, though, is that the president declares a premature victory.
Well, again, I'm going to ask you to stay with us. I'm going to see if we can go back to our Mayan Hoffman, who's there in the command center. Mayan, could you give us a
Interrupt you because I presume I'm not the only person hearing it. There is constant chatter, maybe from your studio.
Yes, Chuck. I'm thank you for your patience. We're still in the shelter. We're going to be moving out of here, but I am going to go now to our Mayan Hoffman. And Mayan, could you give us an update on what you know about what's happening, and maybe just a little of the general situation here in Israel to this day? There have been, of course, other alerts during this day.
Yes, as we said, there were simultaneous fire both from Iran and from Hezbollah at the same time. A total of 5 rockets from Lebanon and 1 from Iran. All of them were intercepted successfully, and currently Magen David Adom, our first responders, are saying there are no reports of injuries. There are reports of potential shrapnel that have fallen in some in other areas. We're waiting for the final update on that. This obviously comes in the aftermath of a number of attacks that did hit down. I just want to say that where I am right now in the Magen David Adom Ditch Pass Center, I am several floors underground. under shelter. This is a very special center that was only recently built. The purpose of the shelter was to ensure that with the blood bank, the breast milk, and of course the 101, the calls for emergency response, being able to be dispatched even in times of war like this with Iran. So he's actually packed here with people working and responding to calls. And many times the president is here today. Senior military officials are often operating out of the area. Meanwhile, I just want to, go over the fact that we've seen several direct hits in other locations that are not just, mostly in the center of the country, Bnei Brak, Petah Tikva, and Beit Shemesh. In total, we have had, Beit Shemesh, where there was a direct hit yesterday, was also the location where 9 people were killed just a couple days before. And in total, there have been 11 people killed in this war. At this point, Candace said that people can leave their shelters. And I think Colin gets hooked back up. We can speak a little bit about the Purim holiday.
Okay, Mayan, this is
Would you like me to speak to you a little bit about Purim and the
Yes,
Sure,
go
I'd be
ahead,
happy
Mayan.
I'd be happy to do that. So today is Shushan Purim, is Purim in Jerusalem, and just to keep going with those home front command directives, usually on Shushan Purim, many people rush to celebrate the second day of the holiday. But this year, in fact, there are limited ways even to get to Jerusalem. So, for example, the Ministry of Transportation has put out that there will still only be trains and buses running on the hour and called on citizens not to travel to Jerusalem to celebrate the holidays, but rather to stay close to their shelters in order to alleviate any danger from the incoming rockets and missiles like just now.
And Hoffman there. I would like just to remind our viewers we're trying to do this broadcast in the midst of an air raid siren, and so I'm just going to have to ask your patience. Ask your patience for that. Mayan Hoffman, thank you for that. I want to go back and see. Do we still have Chuck Freilich with us?
Here.
Okay, Chuck, thank you so much. I want to get just your feelings just basically on the general direction of how you feel the war is going, Chuck. We do see, certainly on a military level, in the success that Israel and the U.S. have had to neutralize Iran's military capability. But the whole question of potential regime change, are we really any closer to that? And I perhaps also relate, there was a very interesting report today saying that the CIA has been in contact with Kurdish leaders of the Kurdish, I guess you can call it, underground in Iran, and also Kurdish militia groups in Iraq, with the idea of perhaps arming those groups and giving them some military support to stage some kind of revolt within Iran in order to maybe weaken the regime and allow for regime change. How practical do you think that is, and how much closer do you think all this military activity and success has actually brought us to potential regime change in Iran?
Well, that's a critical question. I mean, one of the problems here from an American and Israeli perspective is that the Iranian regime, for all of the fact that a large majority of the Iranian public opposes it and would like to see either partial or complete regime change, there is still a hardcore of maybe 20% of the people who support it fully. And the regime itself is deeply, deeply embedded in Iranian society and with firm control of the forces of coercion. They have the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, and the Basij, which is a militia, which is really part of the Revolutionary Guards, which is deployed throughout Iran, every city and town in the country, precisely for these scenarios, to put down popular unrest, and especially any attempt to overthrow the regime. And it's important to remember that this isn't just another regime. The Islamic Republic defines itself as the embodiment of the divine word on earth, so that anyone trying to topple it is sort of trying to topple the big guy, if you will. And that means that it gives the regime, from its perspective, the legitimacy to do anything and everything necessary to stay in power. And so we saw the mass slaughter just, a month and a half ago. And it will get much, much worse than that if they feel that they really are facing an existential danger. I would say that until now, I have been very, very impressed by the extraordinary level of coordination between the US and Israel, the joint planning that took place for this operation. Certainly, in terms of the military level. The question we're now facing is whether there was really that kind of advanced planning for the second stage, the regime change stage. If the reports are correct that there are the contacts with the Kurds and maybe other opposition groups are just starting now, say that that's worrisome in terms of the advanced planning. If these contacts reflect more advanced preparations, then maybe we are a little bit closer than we were. But still, regime change is a huge undertaking, and it's not at all clear that we will succeed in achieving that.
Thank you for joining us so much here on ILTV. And again, I'm sorry for the technical issues, but of course, as I said, we're running back and forth to the shelter. That is a challenge.
Yeah. Be well.
Now, earlier in the broadcast, I did report of this dogfight, apparently, that took place in the skies over Tehran, in which an Israeli F-35 jet shot down an Iranian fighter jet. This is a historic dogfight. The first time, apparently, an F-35 in combat has shut down a manned other jet. Well, for more on this, I want to go to one of Israel's own legendary Top Gun pilots, Israel Relik Shafir, someone who took part in, for example, the raid on the Osirik, the Iraqi reactor in Osirik, and himself has recorded several kills in dogfights. Relik, thanks you for joining us. First of all, put us into context. What does it mean? Why is it historic, apparently, this battle that took place in the skies above Tehran?
Well, this particular battle was not really a dogfight. The F-130, the jet that was downed, is a trainer rather than a fighter. But still, as far as pilots are concerned, I would say the utmost goal for a fighter pilot is to go into a dogfight and shoot another plane. In this case, I figure that this particular airplane was taking off maybe from Tehran to some other base. Maybe the base commander was flying the airplane, wasn't aware at all that he is picked up by a fighter through radar. But on the F-35's radar, plane flying, let's say at around 350 knots, that is not an Israeli fighter in the Tehran area, for instance, is always a hostile. And he probably spotted this plane. It looks like a little fighter, even though it's a jet trainer, and he shot him down. So I guess it's not what we mean when we say dogfight.
All right. Well, it was it still is apparently, though, the first time
it'll go into the books.
Shot.
It'll go into the books as shooting down a jet, and the pilot will have his day, and we'll celebrate upon landing before he takes off again for this sortie. So,
right.
yeah,
I'm just going to
having another coming on.
Yes, we have another air raid alert, but in another couple of minutes left. It does raise a question, though. Where is the Iranian Air Force? I mean, where are their fighter jets and their pilots? Why haven't we seen more action from or resistance from them during this conflict?
Well, the Iranians don't really have an air force to speak of. They had some old F-5s and Phantoms. And about 8 MiG-29s that weren't operable they opted for the ballistic missiles, and did not really invest in Air Force. They figured they couldn't buy spare parts, they couldn't really train, and so they gave up on the Air Force altogether right after the Revolution '79. So they don't really have an Air Force to speak of, and it wasn't part of the conflict anyway.
Right. And I was surprised in reading about this that this is the first time we've even had any kind of mid-air combat involving the Israel Air Force since the mid-1980s. Is that correct? 1985, which is, it seems quite a long time since for the Air Force to go without this kind of action.
Well, that is true. And that is because the adversaries, some of them became friends, like the Egyptians, and some of them, like the Syrians, realized that they took such a beating in 1982 to 1985, something like 100-0 in shooting down their Air Force. They decided not to invest in the Air Force, and they flew very little and didn't have an Air Force to speak of. At least as fighter jets are concerned. They did have fighter helicopters that they used on their own people during their civil war in the previous decade.
Right.
So no adversaries.
Okay. And again, as you were looking at your phone and I'm at mine, we are getting another alert. How much is, by your estimation, based on the available information, how many missiles or what kind of arsenal missiles and drones does Iran have left at this stage to keep up these attacks that we still are getting fairly regularly in Israel and certainly is hitting other countries in the region, such as the Gulf states?
I think they're running out of missiles and missile launchers. The missile launchers are being hunted down in Israel's areas in the west and northern part, and the rest of Iran by the U.S. Air Force and Navy, and so they're actually went into, I would say, a saving mode, in that they would number the amount of missiles they fire, so they don't run all out of them. I think they'll be depleted, I guess, by midweek next week. So they're still in the game until about that time, if they keep going at that rate.
Well, we'll have to hope for that, and perhaps Israelis will be getting a break from these constant air siren alerts. Israel Relic Shafir, thank you so much for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And now I would like to go. I believe we have Reserves Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. He is the former international spokesperson for the IDF to international media. Jonathan, and you are with the FDD now as a fellow there. Thank you for joining us. First of all, I don't know if you want to weigh in. I mean, Israel, it looks like the Israeli Air Force had a very productive and busy night there in Iran and Tehran, including, well, it may not have been a dogfight, but it was some historic air action. Maybe talk about what you think. Where do you think the direction of the airstrikes are going now? Where has the strategy moved to now in terms of both the Israeli and the United States air attacks on Iran?
Yes, shalom, Kalev. Good to see you. I think the whole the F-35 is so superior to any other fourth, third, or second generation aircraft. It's not even a fair fight. The other plane, whether it's a trainer or even a fighter jet, they'll take off and totally oblivious of the fact that there's a superior hunter that can engage them from far, far away, beyond the reach of any weapon system that is on board a third or fourth generation fighter. So I think it's more of an anecdote, not really substantial. What is substantial I have alarms in the background. I hope you can still hear me. What is substantial, I think, is where the IDF is shifting, where the Israeli Air Force is shifting its focus. We've seen over the last day and a half that
Jonathan, I'm interrupting you because here in our studios in Rishon LeZion, there is an air raid alert going off right at this moment. I'm going to ask you to stay with us, and I ask our viewers again patience. We might have to go temporarily suspend our broadcast as we go to the shelter. We are going to try to continue with you as we go to the shelter. You can continue to speak as I go in. Continue to finish your point. So please do. And talk about where we are in the state of the war. And I'll have to pick up with you in a couple of minutes.
Okay. So what I think is substantial here, and I hope that you'll be able to hear me, is that the IDF has shifted in terms of its targeting. As Relik Shafir said, Israeli Air Force is hunting missile launchers. That is still the most important asset that the Iranian regime has, because that is what they use in order to fire at Israeli civilians, at Gulf states, and everybody else. So that's probably priority number one. However, in addition to that, what we see is the Israeli Air Force attacking regime targets that are really the underpinnings of the oppressive apparatus that the regime has against the Iranian civilians. IRGC headquarters, Basij, and additional locations, including targeting the location where they reportedly, Iranian officials had convened in order to count the votes for the election of the new Ayatollah. So these are targets that are not directly related to the hello, Kalev, back again. I'll continue. These are targets that are not directly related to defeating Iran militarily. These are much more political and governance targets, and they, I think, correspond with the Israeli intention of actually paving the way for the Iranian people to be able to regain control over the country and to weaken the regime. Kalev, can you hear me? Okay, so I'll say something in addition to that. I think what's also happening is that the Iranians, I think I agree with Relik Shafir's assessment. I don't know exactly, and I think it's very difficult to put a date on it. When will the Iranians run out of ballistic missiles? That's a top intel priority for Israel and the Gulf region and the US. But I think that they are, in a finite situation. They do not have the ability to import more missiles. They do not have the ability to produce more missiles because they have no control of their airspace or their maritime corridors. Russia cannot supply them. China cannot supply them. And whatever they fire will probably never be replenished. And that's a very important point because at the end of the day, war, first and foremost, is a numbers game.
Right.
And it's a logistics game. And the logistics here are not in favor of the Iranian regime. My guess is that they will continue to fire 1, 2, or 3 missiles at Israeli targets, Gulf targets, in order to create that psychological effect and to be able to claim that they're still in the game. But effectively, their ability to fire and really to threaten Israelis and Gulf states, it is diminishing by the day. Their assets are being deteriorated by Israeli and American Air Force, which of course is a good thing.
Right. Jonathan, I'm just checking that you can hear me clearly.
Yes, I can.
I want to get your reaction to a couple of, I think, pretty dramatic reports that came out this morning related to the conflict with Iran. One is just in the last couple of hours, a report, Reuters reporting that they've been told by Sri Lankan authorities that an Iranian naval ship or an Iranian ship was apparently attacked, I would guess, torpedoed by a submarine off the coast of Sri Lanka. The Sri Lankan authorities are saying that they rescued, or that some 78 people, sailors on that ship were wounded and rescued. Apparently a little over 100 are still missing from that. I want to get your reaction to that. What do you think happened here? Why would there be an Iranian ship off the coast of Sri Lanka? Was it trying to seek safe haven, maybe in an Asian port there? And what do you think is behind this report?
It is very interesting. I read it and was surprised by it myself. The things that come to mind would be perhaps rogue elements of the Iranian Navy, perhaps seeking to flee from the combat zone or to get out of range and stay out of trouble. That's one option. Another option is that this is some type of doomsday scenario, some type of Hail Mary mission, which I still can't really wrap my head around, because there are no important, as far as I know, American or Israeli assets in the region. Perhaps this was a mission by the Iranians to try to interfere with global shipping lanes, similar to what the Germans did in World War II, perhaps in order to sow some kind of panic and to create political and economic pressure by downing a civilian freight vessel, which perhaps would create news and get people to focus on the effect of the war. The Iranians, I think, have at times shown creative thinking and creative action, so I wouldn't put it beyond them. But it is odd. And of course, it's good that whatever they were doing, they were stopped from doing it, most likely. But it definitely warrants additional analysis to understand what they were doing. Because if it was a mission that was sanctioned by the Iranian Supreme Command, then there must be some kind of combat or operational logic behind it. And then, of course, there's the assessment that they will try to do it again, or that there are important assets in that area. But definitely interesting.
Right. Another, and this is something that I spoke about with a bit with the previous guest, Professor Chuck Freilich, who used to be on the National Security Council in Israel, a report that the U.S., specifically the CIA, has been in contact with the Kurdish resistance or underground in Iran, particularly in Western Iran, and also with their comrades, the Kurdish militias that are in northern Iraq, with the idea of the U.S. Assisting them, perhaps arming them with heavier weapons in order that they can undertake some kind of military action or revolt against the Iranian regime. I guess with the intention of again, as you discussed, weakening it to the point of regime change. First of all, your thoughts on this as a strategy. And perhaps also, does it suggest maybe a shift of the U.S. understanding that in order to affect regime change, they're going to need some kind of boots on the ground? It may not be American boots or even Israeli boots, but some kind of forces within military force in Iran to overthrow this regime.
Yeah, it's a pretty slippery slope. And just for the viewers who may not be aware of the ethnic composition of the modern Islamic Republic of Iran, I think about 68% of the Iranian population are ethnic Persians. The rest are not. And Iran is a very diverse country with many large different ethnic minorities. We have Baluchis in the southeast. We have Azeris close to the Azerbaijani border. We have Sunni Muslims. We have Kurds and many others. The Kurds, and by the way, all of these ethnic minorities have a long history of seeking independence and secession from the Iranian country. So that's been bubbling, and it's been there in the background. It's been effectively oppressed by the Iranian regime for many, many years, and effectively not reaching, the awareness level of most people around the world. The Kurds are, I think, the most organized, with the strongest cohesion and the strongest level of combat capabilities on the ground. I would add to that unconfirmed report that there have also been reported strikes of Iranian targets along the Iraqi-Iranian border, including in the area of Kurdish forces. So that's another data point. I think it's pretty reasonable to assess that is something that the CIA would indeed be engaged in. I think it is quite it's a dangerous thing, because that could really develop into a bit of an anarchy. And of course, the CIA and perhaps Mossad and perhaps Israel would want the additional pressure on the Iranian regime. But when you speak about, boots on the ground, I think we have to understand that the Kurds are sectarian and they are confined to their area. I don't think it's likely that any Kurdish militia or forces will march on Tehran or go out of their native areas where Kurdish people live. The Kurds, you could think of them in similar sense like the Druze in Israel and in Syria. They are confined to their area. They are confined to their lands. They're very proud and they're fierce and brave, etc. But they are not expeditionary in their mindset. They are not about conquering other grounds. They're more defensive in the sense of mending for their own. That's why I think it's a pressure that will be applied on the Iranian regime, not something that should worry Tehran. At most, maybe a chunk of Iran will be bitten off. But the bottom line here is that this is part of the dynamics that I think we should anticipate. And the Kurds will not be the only ones. Baluchis, Azeris, Arabs, Sunni Arabs in other parts, I think these are all ethnic minorities. And last thing, of course, armed opposition is the key. You cannot bring down a regime as powerful and as entrenched as the Iranian regime without organized opposition with weapons.
All right, Jonathan Conricus, former IDF spokesperson of the international media. Jonathan, thank you very much for your patience and helping us out during this trying situation to do a live broadcast. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Jonathan.
Stay safe. Thank you. Stay safe, Kalev. Bye-bye.
Now, thank you, Jonathan. Now, another aspect of this conflict is the concerted attack by the Iranian on oil and gas facilities in the Gulf, trying to generate an energy crisis, presumably with the intention of it pressuring President Trump to end the war. Now, joining us is Simon Henderson. Simon is an internationally recognized expert on energy matters. Simon, I'm speaking to you from a bomb shelter here in Israel. So I don't have unfortunately, I don't have my prompter or your credits. You can add those if you wish to. But thank you for your patience in this situation. Simon, let me first of all start a question you're more qualified than most to answer. Given what's happened in the Gulf right now, is the world in an energy crisis?
It's not at the moment, but it's about to be if things don't get better soon. The challenge is that it is twofold. One is that there's fighting going on in the Gulf, missiles, drones, whatever it is, which and the other is that we don't know how this is going to develop. The fighting means that the export of oil from the Gulf, which is about 20% of world's oil, and a much higher proportion of the amount of oil which is actually traded around the world, that is sort of stuck in the Gulf at the moment because the insurers do not want to pay the higher premiums for it to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, if things clarify positively and optimistically in the next day or so, then these tankers will be able to leave, and the potential oil shortage in the world will decline and prices will recover. But for the moment, we're in a big question mark scenario.
Right. And let me ask you, what is the impact on, that's the globe, the impact specifically on, for example, these countries in the Gulf, which we know the UAE, the Saudis, Qatar have quite a bit of sway with President Trump. How badly are they suffering? How much punishment are they willing to take in order to achieve maybe the strategic goal of finally seeing the threat of Iran removed from the Gulf?
Well, great question, because the way you pose it gives the answer anyway, which is Iran is always going to be in the Gulf. And and they are always going to be in the Gulf. They just need to have a new modus vivendi. And for the moment they don't have it. They have been shocked by Iranian attacks, and they're hoping to recover quickly. But even if you haven't been there, you'll have seen the pictures of it. The Gulf Arab states, the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, they're made up of buildings with a lot of glass in them. And drones and glass buildings don't go together well. And so we're in a very perilous situation for the moment.
Transitioning out of the shelter, do you still hear me?
I still hear you, and I saw a lot of the palm of your hand as you transited from one place to the other.
Okay, well, we're trying to set up here now back in the studio. Thank you for your patience, Simon. I want to ask you about the price of oil. There's a lot of talk about it shooting above $100 a barrel. I believe that currently we were at the $85 a barrel. How likely do you see that, for example, going up? And where will that translate? Besides the price of gasoline, there's a lot of concern about natural gas shortages in Europe, which is so dependent, especially during the winter months. So how do you see this playing out in the immediate future now, given what's happened so far?
Well, the price has ticked up a bit, but it's really waiting for some clarification on whether supplies are going to restart smoothly. And the current anticipation is that it'll clarify within a few days. But the danger is that if things get worse, the price will shoot up. And yes, okay, we're at about $84 a barrel now for Brent, the most widely traded oil, for delivery in 3 months' time. But if there's going to be a total blockage of the Strait of Hormuz or an almost total blockage, then it will shoot up more, perhaps even over $100. And yes, that is reflected or will be reflected at prices at the pump. You and I will have to pay more for our gasoline, petrol, call it what you will. On natural gas, the major source of natural gas in the Gulf is either Iran, which doesn't have the ability to export natural gas, or just across the Gulf, Qatar, which is one of the major exporters of natural gas. And for the moment, Qatar has stopped producing natural gas because of some drone attacks at its natural gas installations. It would have an impact, a greater impact, at a different time of year, but at the moment we're heading into summer, which means that demand for energy certainly in the northern hemisphere declines. So we might have some relief there, but it's not good news. And we used to be only obsessed with oil and the Gulf. We now need to be very concerned about LNG, liquefied natural gas, and the Gulf.
Right. Simon, I want to ask you, there was this report earlier about a ship, which is an Iranian ship that was sunk off the coast of Sri Lanka by a submarine. We don't have any more of the details. One possibility is that this ship belonged to the so-called shadow fleet that is used by some countries, particularly Russia and also Iran, to ship, for example, oil abroad. It was heading, I guess it's in Asian waters, perhaps could have been involved with China. Talk about whether the U.S. Will be targeting this sort of shadow fleet, and also the role of China here, which I guess is the main foreign consumer of Iranian oil, and perhaps how what's happening here may impact on China and maybe force China's hand to be more involved here.
Well, the role that China can play can be big and needn't be big. My sense is that China is unscrupulous and doesn't bear any particular loyalty to Iran or determination to buy Iranian oil. Yes, it needs the oil, but it'll buy it from one of the other Gulf states. Now, Beijing might disapprove of what's going on in the Gulf, but I doubt whether it wants to get militarily involved at all. I saw the attack or the assumed attack, and as your previous interviewee was discussing the attack on this Iranian frigate, this doesn't surprise me. If there's a military threat to American forces, they'll take it out. I don't think they'll get themselves bothered with clandestine oil exports at the moment. The military need is very much the priority. And in terms of that frigate, which is now no more, this was perceived probably as being a potential threat against the carrier, the Abraham Lincoln, which is operating in the Arabian Gulf. Where, I don't know, but the carrier group he will be somewhere doing circles or figures of 8 or whatever in order to launch strike aircraft against Iran. And part of the carrier group is not only the carrier itself, but also a submarine. And it might have been that submarine which took action against the Iranian frigate.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Simon Henderson, for joining us and for your patience as we deal with the situation here in Israel.
Stay safe.
And now a special message. As the conflict with Iran enters a dangerous new phase, Israel and the United States remain united on the front lines in this fight for freedom. Since the fight began, Iran has unleashed hundreds of missiles and drones at the Holy Land. A missile strike in Beit Shemesh killed 9 Israelis and destroyed a synagogue. Impacts across Israel have left families devastated and hundreds displaced. Millions of Israelis are sheltering under a national state of emergency. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews has been preparing for this moment and is on the ground right now. Reinforced mobile bomb shelters are being deployed. Underground hospitals, emergency operating rooms, and first response teams are being stocked with life-saving medical supplies and protective gear. Nourishing food and baby supplies are being provided to displaced families. In this critical hour, your support helps protect Israel's most vulnerable and stand firmly for freedom and faith. Stand for Israel, stand for freedom. Give generously today to rush your gift. Call 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-IFCJ, or go online at ifcj.org. Thank you for joining us. I want to again thank our viewers for your patience. We're trying to bring you the news live and the latest updates from Israel, and we're doing it in the midst of air raid sirens, rushing to shelters. Sometimes the picture on your screen may not be the prettiest, but you know that you are getting the full and honest picture of what is happening in Israel, what's happening to us Israelis as we deal with these air raid attacks, these missile and rocket attacks on us during the course of this war. So thank you for joining us, and keep watching ILTV. I'm Khaled Ben David. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Khaled Ben David, and coming up in today's newscast, Israel and the U.S. pound Iran with airstrikes on day 4 of the war. IDF ground forces now operating in South Lebanon. President Trump vows a harsh response after Iran hits the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh. On day 4 of the Iran war, the U.S. and Israel continue to pound regime targets in Iran amid unprecedented security cooperation. The IDF also striking Hezbollah targets in Lebanon after the terror group ignored warnings to stay out of the conflict. Air raid alerts were heard throughout the day in Israel, with air defense systems knocking out most Iranian and Hezbollah missiles. And after President Trump warns Iran that the big one is coming, he says the regime wants to talk. I said too late. Both the U.S. and Israel have been stepping up coordinated strikes deep inside Iran. Overnight, the Air Force struck Iran's leadership complex in Tehran with 100 fighter jets, dropping over 250 bombs on the complex. The Israeli Air Force commander called the cooperation between the two armed forces potentially historic. ILTV's Steve Leibowitz has the latest on Operation Roaring Lion.
The IDF says more than 1,000 Israeli Air Force sorties have been flown over Iran since the start of the operation. New video released by the military shows an IAF pilot evading an Iranian interceptor missile over Tehran. Smoke was seen rising over Tehran after new waves of airstrikes. Footage from western districts showed buildings damaged, including a police station nearly demolished. Overnight strikes have destroyed command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields during sustained operations. According to senior officials, the level of coordination between Jerusalem and Washington remains unprecedented. At a closed-door meeting, Israeli Air Force Commander Major General Tomer Bar praised what he called complete transparency with the United States. He described the relationship as potentially historic, adding, "For the United States, we are a model ally. We are one. They are one. Together, that makes 11. Barr said the difference in approach is clear. The United States operates with scale. Israel operates with precision. Visiting a site in Jerusalem targeted by an Iranian missile, Prime Minister Netanyahu said the campaign, carried out with our great friends, the United States, is aimed at thwarting existential threats.
The operation, the Israeli army and the state of Israel set out to, with our great friends, the United States of America and President Trump, to thwart existential threats to Israel and great threats to America and the entire world. When I stand here in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians. I've said for many years that they threaten not only Israel and not only America. They chant death to Israel, death to America. That's their ultimate target. But I said that they would also target those in between, that they would target Europe. They did.
An unsourced report from the Saudi Al Arabiya news outlet claims that Israeli special forces, including Mossad operatives, were active on the ground in Iran overnight. The report does not provide any details about the purported operation, and there's been no confirmation in Israel.
President Trump and the head of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, laid out U.S. plans and objectives in the Operation Epic Fury. Trump said the biggest attacks were yet to come, while Kane said the major operations would take some time. Now, the remarks came before the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh was struck and damaged by Iranian drones. More in this report. The U.S. has confirmed that the American embassy in Saudi Arabia was attacked by Iranian drones. The attack, using at least 2 drones on the U.S. embassy in Riyadh, sparked a small fire as Iran presses on with its campaign of retaliatory strikes across the Gulf. Officials said, according to initial assessments, the attack resulted in a limited fire and minor material damage to the building housing the U.S. diplomatic mission. A source close to the Saudi army said that Saudi air defense intercepted 4 drones targeting Riyadh's diplomatic quarter in the attack. In the aftermath, the U.S. Embassy issued shelter-in-place notification for citizens in Jeddah, Riyadh, and Dhahran. Speaking in Washington before the embassy attack, U.S. President Donald Trump says the strikes on Iran were the last best chance to eliminate what he called the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. In prepared remarks at the White House, Trump laid out 4 objectives for Operation Epic Fury.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their Navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon.
Trump did not call for regime change in these remarks, but said the U.S. is ahead of schedule, claiming military leadership targets that were expected to take weeks to eliminate were struck in about an hour. He also said the largest wave of strikes has yet to come, and that, quote, the big one is coming soon. The American military confirms it used B-1 heavy bombers in overnight strikes in Iran. Last night, U.S. B-1 bombers struck deep inside Iran to degrade Iranian ballistic missile capabilities, the U.S. Central Command says. The chairman of the Joint Chief of Staffs, General Dan Kane, warned that this is a long and complex operation.
First, to be clear, as the Secretary said, this is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is major combat operations.
Iran's most powerful proxy, Hezbollah, has joined the war after firing a wave of missiles last night at Israel. In response, Israel has conducted airstrikes against senior commanders in Beirut, while IDF forces began a limited ground campaign inside southern Lebanon. For more, let's go now to our correspondent, Alec Pollard, who is out in Tel Aviv. Alec?
That's right, Kalev. The northern front has been officially opened after Hezbollah fired a salvo of rockets and drones at Israel last night, which the IDF responded to immediately with airstrikes, including airstrikes in Beirut against Hezbollah operatives over there. And now it has happened again today that again Hezbollah fired a second salvo of missiles into Israeli territory, and again the IDF responding with strikes in the Dakhia in Beirut, taking out several senior Hezbollah commanders. In addition, the IDF has confirmed that troops have entered into southern Lebanon to secure strategic positions that are adjacent to the Israeli border in order to prevent mortar and other short-distance rockets being fired at Israeli civilians in the north, and also to prevent a potential incursion into Israeli territory, which of course proved to be absolutely fatal on October 7th, 2023. So the front with Hezbollah is indeed officially open, but it should be noted that the salvos that were fired from Lebanon were relatively small compared to what happened 2 years ago when Hezbollah joined the fray on the side of Hamas. In addition, positive signs coming from the leadership in Lebanon, from President Joseph Aoun and also Prime Minister Nawaf Salam. Both of them with very, very harsh criticism of Hezbollah, saying that Lebanon does not want to be dragged into a war and calling it criminal activity for any individual to cooperate with Hezbollah in conducting these attacks against Israel. The Lebanese state obviously doesn't have the military power to really stop Hezbollah from doing it, but certainly very strong statements can help to deter Hezbollah, considering the internal positions inside Lebanon. with the limited support at the moment that they have over there, and also the limited firepower after being so badly devastated in the previous war. So that is the situation in Lebanon. As far as the situation here in Israel, well, I'm at Habima Square in central Israel, and it is quite active, as maybe you can see. People here doing exercise, people dressed up for Purim, the holiday, despite the threat of missiles coming both from Iran and now also from Hezbollah. There are shelters nearby that people can run to if needed. So in Israel, as always, during times of war, people are able to continue to live, continue to even party last night during Purim and today during the day, because it is a festive holiday that people will not allow it to be ruined by the war here in Israel, here in Tel Aviv, at a site that is not that far away from where the building was hit. Those buildings were hit just yesterday, causing the first casualty inside Israel. Back to you, Kalev.
Alec Pollard out there in Tel Aviv, thank you for that report. Mourners in the town of Beit Shemesh took cover against a cemetery wall yesterday when the warning siren was triggered by a potential attack during the funeral of a mother and her daughter killed in an Iranian missile strike on Sunday. Rivka Cohen, 42, and her daughter Esther Cohen, 12, were among 9 people killed in the attack, which also injured a dozen others. The strike hit a residential area in the mostly ultra-Orthodox Jewish city. As incoming rocket fire from Iran is continuing, millions of Israelis on this Purim holiday sheltered much of the day from rocket fire with multiple incoming missiles. Fragments caused damages and injuries in several locations. The health ministry says at least 289 people were treated in hospitals over the past 24 hours. Of those brought in, 19 are listed in moderate condition and 258 in good condition. No injuries were reported following the latest missile fire on central Israel. Fragments impacted and caused damages. Now, since the start of the conflict on Saturday, a total of 1,050 people have been evacuated to hospitals across the country. The majority of those injured have been treated and released. At this hour, 120 people remain hospitalized or in emergency rooms. 21 hospitalized patients are in moderate condition, 75 in good condition. Israeli security officials reportedly believe that the rate of Iran's ballistic missile attacks on Israel will decrease in the coming days. An official cited by Channel 12 News says, "We expect to see a decrease in launches from Iran following IDF activity." Earlier, the military assessed that Iran was attempting to carry out larger and more coordinated ballistic missile barrages on Israel, which has resulted in longer lulls between attacks. The IDF also reporting today it has struck some 150 ballistic missiles and launchers since the start of the conflict. Well, joining us now for more is Ahmed Sharawi. He's a senior research analyst at FDD, the Foundation for Defense of Democracies in Washington. Ahmed, thank you for joining us. First of all, I just want to get your response to this comment by President Trump today. He says the leadership in Tehran contacted the USA. They want to talk, and he says it's too late. What do you make of that, and what do you think really is happening there among the Tehran leadership?
First of all, thank you for having me. I think the main message that I mean, seeing the escalation from Tehran over the past 2 days, you can see that it is a regime that has been really decimated. And I mean, thanks to American and Israeli strikes, of course, the top leadership has been eliminated. And we're still trying to understand the calculus of escalation and the strategic calculus in terms of the response on who's actually leading Iran at the moment. Is it the IRGC? Is it the deputy political leadership that survived the attacks or were not targeted? So I think the U.S. and Israel sense a sign of weakness from Iran, but they will never show that publicly. Again, this is a regime that tries to convince its support base domestically and regionally that it's still in control, that it's still military capable, and that it's willing to strike at any moment.
Right. I want to talk to you about what you call the calculus of escalation, because one of the, I think, surprises here is the degree in which the Iranian regime has been targeting other Arab countries in the Gulf, even those nations like Qatar and Oman that were some degree had friendly relations once, in some degree maybe even called allies of the regime. What is the calculus there for lashing out like that?
So, I mean, the difference between the Gulf states and Israel in terms of the targeting is the use of weaponry. The Gulf states are much easier to get to, and they require shorter distance missiles as well as drones. And the Gulf states, I mean, do not have the layered air defense system that Israel does, that Israel has. And so their targeting is easier. But now now the strategy behind this escalation is Iran understands that the Gulf states, if they are hit hardly and if their energy infrastructure, which is their underbelly, is hit, that they might go to President Trump and urge him to de-escalate. Also, I mean, again, as I pointed out in my first answer, the Iranian regime is feeling a weakness, and they think that by ensuing chaos in the region, and that's in the amongst their Arab neighbors or the Arab Gulf states, that's part of the strategy, that if they are to collapse, then all these countries will also, I mean, the costs of being America's partners in the region, or they will pay the cost of being America's partners in the region. And so, I mean, as you pointed out, maybe the ballistic missiles targeting Israel will sufficiently or significantly decrease in the upcoming days. But Iran is more capable in terms of targeting these Gulf states, and it's likely that they will continue attacking these states in the upcoming days.
Right. Now, let's talk about the weakness of the regime, because I think we see a shift in focus in the strikes by Israel and the United States from initially those air defense systems, from the ballistic missile stocks and launchers, down to, I would say, sort of government headquarters, symbols of the regime. Let's keep in mind, President Trump said at some point he would call out the Iranian people on the street. Is there a kind of tipping point that could be reached in weakening the regime to that point to allow for a popular revolution? How long do you think that might take, if it's even possible?
So, I mean, I think the American goal at the moment is degrading the nuclear, the ballistic, and the naval capabilities of the Iranian regime. I'm not sure if we're there yet, but that seems to be the goal, the primary goal at the moment. It seems that Israel's goal, or what Israel's objective is in this war, is, along with the ballistic missile sites and the launchers, they're also targeting the political leadership in some of the urban cities in Iran. I mean, we saw earlier a strike that may have eliminated the newly appointed Minister of Defense. So we're seeing a strategy in which the U.S. degrades Iran militarily, and Israel degrades Iran politically. And I mean, it would be, if the intensity of these strikes continue, I mean, it could be a few days. I mean, President Trump did say this whole operation will take about 4 to 5 weeks. But of course, I mean, this depends on how quickly the regime collapses or how quickly the regime is to surrender. I mean, the likelihood of that happening is low, I think. But this all depends on how the regime escalates, how much it's willing to target U.S. bases in the region. I mean, this is a multifaceted conflict, and but I mean, things have been escalating very quickly over the past few days.
Ahmed, let me ask you, here in Israel, there's concern about Hezbollah entering the conflict. It's firing on Israel. Israel is striking back. What could happen with those proxies like Hezbollah, like the Houthis, as the regime weakens, even potentially, as you say, maybe to the point of collapse at some point?
So, of course, I mean, when the regime feels weaknesses, it will activate its proxies. Now, surprisingly, the Houthis, who I think are the most capable out of all the proxy networks following Israel's degradation of Hezbollah, has not entered the fight yet. And I mean, that could mean two things, and they're two completely different things. The first thing could be that the regime does not feel that it's about to collapse, and that's why it's not using its most capable proxy. But there's also a chance that the Houthis themselves do not feel confident in entering this war if the regime is on the brink of collapse, because of course, American and Israeli retaliation. But we saw Hezbollah escalating and targeting northern Israel over the past 2 days. I mean, when it comes to Hezbollah, I think Israel already understood that that's a possibility, and they've already have a target bank that they've been targeting extensively over the past 2 days. I think Hezbollah has basically dug its own grave by entering this war.
All right. Well, let's hope so. Or certainly in Israel, we are hoping for that. Ahmed Sharari there in Washington for the FDD. Thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you.
As Operation Roaring Lion continues and security tensions escalate, one organization is already shifting into high gear to make sure Israel's most vulnerable do not go hungry. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman has more.
As Israel confronts the challenges of Operation Roaring Lion, Lekit Israel, the National Food Bank, has moved into full emergency mode. The organization is expanding its relief efforts nationwide, working to ensure that food continues to reach those who need it most, even as security conditions complicate daily life. In the coming days, Lekit will distribute thousands of hot meals to Holocaust survivors living in housing complexes across the country. Around 1,700 nutritious meals are expected to be delivered each day, part of a broader purchase of approximately 12,000 meals designed to guarantee a steady and reliable supply during this period of uncertainty. At the same time, the organization is rolling out digital food vouchers to hundreds of families through its nonprofit partner agencies, with plans to expand that program in the days ahead. The goal is to provide immediate, dignified assistance that families can access safely and independently. Despite restrictions and ongoing security concerns, Lekit continues to rescue surplus agricultural produce and prepared food from packing houses and other sources across Israel. The food is transported to the organization's logistics center and then distributed to partner agencies operating under Homefront Command guidelines. This shift is not new territory for Lekit. Throughout the last 2.5 years of war, the organization has rescued and redistributed surplus food on a large scale. During emergency, demand rises sharply. Even under fire, Lekit says it is committed to maintaining continuity, protecting its staff and volunteers, and expanding its response so that Israel's most vulnerable populations are not left behind in a time of crisis.
Israel is preparing to gradually reopen its airspace after days of closure, and the country's national airline is already moving into action. El Al says it is readying rescue flights from dozens of cities around the world as tens of thousands of Israelis remain stranded or abroad. Our reporter, India Naftali, is one of those who is stranded abroad in the U.S., and she has more details. India?
That's right, Kalev. I've been stranded here in the United States waiting to return to Israel. I was supposed to fly out Sunday, but obviously because of the war, that didn't happen. But it looks like rescue flights are about to begin. You know, Kalev, it's funny because Israel may be the only country in the world that rescues people by bringing them back into an active war zone. But I have to say there's nothing more Israeli than that. People want to be with their families and with their countrymen in times of war. More than 150,000 Israelis are stuck overseas. Now Israel's national airline, El Al, says it's preparing to operate rescue flights from 22 destinations across Europe, the United States, and Asia, as Israel's airspace is expected to reopen in phases starting next week. Transportation Minister Miri Regev says aviation officials are coordinating closely with Israeli airlines to allow flights to resume gradually, depending on security conditions. Ben Gurion Airport has been closed to departures and arrivals since Saturday. Once flights resume, El Al plans to repatriate passengers from major hubs, including New York, Miami, Los Angeles, and Bangkok, as well as cities across Europe, such as London, Paris, Rome, Madrid, and Athens. Meanwhile, smaller Israeli carriers have already begun operating alternative routes. Archaeology has launched flights to Egypt's Taba airport from several European cities, allowing passengers to cross into Israel by land. From there, buses transport returnees to cities across the country. Officials say thousands of Israelis have already made their way back through land crossings in recent days.
And let's take a look at the weather forecast. Clear skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 8 degrees Celsius or 48 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see sunny skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 16 degrees Celsius or 62 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. That's at ILTV-Israel on all platforms. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Khaled Ben David. Be well and thank you so much for watching.
Good evening and happy Purim, if we can call it that, from Israel. Welcome to ILTV Insider. I'm your host, Mayan Hoffman. Tonight, Israel and the United States are hitting Iran harder than ever before, targeting missile sites, command centers, and air defenses, all while Iranian rockets and drones are still reaching deep into the region.
Gateway for peace, for a broader peace, and I believe that we can achieve it. The most important thing to understand is that when we worked together, President Trump and I, we achieved, in fact, 4 breakthroughs for peace, brokered by President Trump, working together with me. We brought forward the Abraham Accords, which was 4 peace treaties with 4 Arab countries. And now, working together against Iran, we'll be able to bring many, many more peace treaties. So this is not an endless war. This is a gateway to peace. It's the exact opposite of what people are saying.
Is this working as Netanyahu implies? Are we winning? How close are we to a regional war and to sought-after regime collapse? Joining me tonight via Zoom due to the threat of rocket fire are Dan Perry, former AP Middle East editor, and Ruthie Bloom, senior political commentator. Let's get started. Now, I want to start, Ruthie and Dan, thanks so much for being here via Zoom with a very important question. I mean, I think the question on the table is, are we winning right now? Just as we met, we came out of rocket fire, direct strike, at least 6 injured. So here we are, military, strategically. Ruthie, what do you think?
Yes, of course we're winning. Okay, it takes time. And in historical terms, this is a blip on the radar. Since October 7th, 2023, we've been fighting a 7-front war, and we're now, thanks to cooperation with the United States, we're tackling the head of the octopus.
Dan, do you agree with Ruthie's sentiment?
Fundamentally, it's difficult to dispute that the opening minutes and hours of this operation constituted a strategic success that is rare in history. I don't hardly remember any situation like what we saw with the complete domination imposed by the U.S. and Israel over the skies of Iran on Saturday and ever since, and the utter decapitation of the regime, from the supreme leader who'd been in charge for 36 years to about 40 of his lieutenants, to 2 successive defense ministers, to the former president, to every senior advisor and military chief and head of the Revolutionary Guards. It's beyond belief. So that degree of intelligence penetration and that degree of shock to the system through pinpoint execution clearly suggests a success that is historic and in some ways unprecedented. And I would add that Israel and the U.S. fighting side by side in a manner that we've rarely seen with NATO allies even, is something that would have been unimaginable, throughout Israel's history, and constitutes a strategic shift that portrays to the region a level of resilience on the part of Israel and a level of potential projection of power on the part of Israel that could easily be abused, but should certainly give its enemies pause.
For sure. And now the U.S. says it has destroyed IRGC command centers, missile launch sites, and air defenses. So, Ruthie, what does that actually mean in practical terms? I mean, again, we're still seeing rockets rain down on Israel. So has Iran lost real capability? How many more missiles can Israel expect to see?
Oh, probably many more, although Israel and the U.S. are going after the launchers. Without the launchers, the missiles aren't worth anything. But the most extraordinary thing that's happened, I believe, is the acknowledgement by envoy Steve Witkoff on Sean Hannity on Fox yesterday that from the second meeting over so-called negotiations, it was clear that the Islamic Republic was not going to budge, and said it was going, and it also had the capability of creating 11 nuclear bombs within a week, something like that. And why I say that's so significant is that in the weeks following President Trump's post to the Iranian people that they should take to the streets because help was on the way, we saw weeks when we were waiting for Godot and we thought it's not happening, and Witkoff and Kushner, and they're talking about negotiations, and it seemed like, uh-oh, maybe they're actually persuading Trump that there is such a thing as a diplomatic deal with those evil dictators, and it turns out they weren't being fooled, which is really lucky. And that was probably part of the element of surprise that we witnessed on Saturday. It's very hard to launch a surprise attack when everyone knows it's coming, and they managed to pull that off.
And I think, Ruthie, just to piggyback on that, I mean, you mentioned Witkoff and this idea that Iran had 60% enriched uranium, enough to make 11 bombs, and could actually weaponize those within days. So how confident can we really be that this threat has been neutralized by current U.S. and Israeli attacks? I mean, seriously, if the remaining members of the IRGC and the Iranian regime feel so pushed into a corner at this place, is it possible that they could make and even use those nuclear weapons?
Well, if you're asking me, yeah, it is possible. And because they are not only fanatics, but they actually have religious ideology that involves suicide, it's hard to know, right? And so the idea is they could just now fire anything, any nukes they have, whatever, just say, to hell with it. We hope that doesn't happen. And that is why these constant strikes in Tehran and around are so crucial, especially decapitating the leadership, because at the moment it's not clear. I mean, if you want to be funny about it, you could say, who's giving the orders? Every time someone gives an order, he's killed. So, let's hope that doesn't happen.
So, Dan, turning to you, Netanyahu says that this is going to be a very quick and decisive war. Realistically, how long do you think this could last? Is it the 4 to 6 weeks that Trump and Netanyahu are talking about? Or, as Europe and all of these Middle East countries are being dragged in, could this last even longer?
Yeah, of course, Mayan. It's impossible to prophesize. This could last a long, long time, and it could end tomorrow with Trump saying this is regime change. We've done regime change. We've eliminated all the leaders, and so it's a different regime. Let's see if they learn a lesson of their mulish predecessors, who I wiped out in a manner that no president could ever have done. That could happen tomorrow. And it wouldn't be illogical. It wouldn't be illogical to see if this time the new leadership that probably is terrified, no matter what their bluster says, is willing to essentially accept the diktat on a nuclear issue, on the ballistic missiles limitation that the West wants to impose, and on ending all support for the proxy militias. The problem here, there are many problems here, alongside the astonishing success that I described. And one of them is that the people whose comments you are asking us to comment on are not credible. I mean, Trump can't be believed. Anyone paying attention knows that when he speaks, he's not constrained by the facts. Trump said 6 months ago or 8 months ago that the Iranian nuclear program had been obliterated and we don't even need a deal. And I'm quoting. So all of a sudden, we're supposed to believe that they had weapons that could be launched at Israel, nuclear weapons, within days? We don't know who to believe. Netanyahu says one thing, he says another thing. It doesn't hardly matter. The only thing that we can say for sure is that the Iranian regime is obviously evil. There's an international norm that was established in 2005 called the responsibility to protect by the United Nations. And it basically says that when a government clearly cannot be trusted with the safety of its own people, never mind of the region, then the international community has an obligation to stand in the way. And that doesn't have to mean military action, but it also justifies military action. This was foreseen as being something the Security Council would have to approve. But of course, The Security Council has become dysfunctional because of Russia and China, who are going to veto anything against Iran. But the principle remains. And we have here a fairly absurd situation in which these two most imperfect vessels, whose words cannot be believed, and who are in various ways corrupt along a variety of verticals, are conducting something that actually could be the first true manifestation of this moral imperative of the responsibility to protect. It is rife with irony. And by the way, if you doubt the corruption I'm talking about, there are reports coming out right now that Likud officials are thinking of bringing up the elections to capitalize on the potential political benefits of a successful operation in Iran. And in December, the former intelligence chief, Amos Malka, said on Israel radio he believes Netanyahu started war in order to get benefits and close the gap in the polls.
Well, Dan, I think that no matter what, regardless of what's happening with the government right now, we are certainly seeing a war right now between Israel, Iran, and the U.S. being run together. And we're also seeing Iran kamikaze send out strikes. We're talking about strikes on Cyprus, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain. Ruthie, let me ask Ruthie, has Tehran overplayed its hand at this point by widening the battlefield? What is going to be the result?
You know something, I'm not going to talk on behalf of Iran whether it overplayed its hand. I would like to address what Dan just said.
I thought you might.
First of all, neither leader, in my opinion, is corrupt. Second, the fact that it's true that Trump speaks and he says all kinds of things, but his actions throughout his presidency have been very solid. And Prime Minister Netanyahu is not a liar, and he's been very consistent about Iran throughout his entire career, even before he entered politics, basically. That's number one. Number two, to say that he launched a war to win an election, that is disgusting, and it's a lie, okay? If anybody has ever been measured, it's been, oh, come on. Really, Netanyahu is going to endanger people's lives, and is going to undertake such a, and by the way, the United States wouldn't just be dragged in by Netanyahu to a war because he's going to an election. That's insane, and it's not true. How do I know? How does Amos Malka know? How do you know? Those are just the anybody but Bibi talking points.
You know what? May I respond?
Of course, Dan, please go ahead.
So, I think you have to be very credulous. And Ruthie, I know that you're not naive. You have to be very credulous to think that political calculations do not enter Netanyahu's thinking. Amos Malka said on the basis of working closely with Netanyahu for years that he thinks he might start a war with Iran 2 weeks before the election. And the incredible thing is that the radio interviewer didn't blink. And that no one thought it was a scandal because so clear is it that it is not outside the realm of possibility for Netanyahu. He wouldn't do it for no reason. As I said before, there's every reason to seek the removal of the regime in Iran for Israel's benefit, for the benefit of the people of Iran, for the benefit of the region. But would the timing potentially be related to Bibi's political expedience? Of course. And anyone who says otherwise truly doesn't know, and I'm very, very sorry. Now, as for Trump, as for Netanyahu's statements on Iran, Netanyahu said after the 12-day war in June, when he was seeking to reap the political benefits of that, just as Trump was in his claims that the nuclear program had been obliterated. Netanyahu said we set back the nuclear program and the ballistic missile program for generations. So all of a sudden, we're supposed to believe, because of a few sentences, that there was a clear and present danger right now? Forgive me, but I don't. It's possible. It's also possible that not. I don't have access to the intelligence. And right now, the words of Netanyahu and Trump are not particularly credible to me. But one thing is indisputable. Iran had given the world a highly plausible pretext to take out the regime by massacring thousands and probably tens of thousands of people in January. And the idea of regime change, much more than claims that are not proven about the imminent viability of their nuclear program, which has not been proven to me. I haven't seen anything about it, and it contradicts recent statements by both these leaders. But the idea that there is a reason to remove this regime and there is an opportunity to remove the regime is indisputable.
Okay, but Dan,
And
let me
because
ask
of
you a
that-
question, Dan. If regime change is really the goal here, why are we not seeing the Iranians taking to the streets like Trump and Netanyahu are calling on them to do? We saw polls that only about 10% of Iranians reportedly support this regime, but we're not seeing the opposition that we saw before these attacks. And regime change...
Would you guys take to the streets? Would you take to the streets right now, either of you? I'm not sure I would, and I'm very, very brave. It is complex.
Also, by the way, Trump actually told the Iranian people not to do it just yet. He said, wait.
That's true.
Wait a little while and then take to the streets.
Yeah.
It's very dangerous. He told them to stay home. But I will say one thing, that Witkoff, what he said, it wasn't that he said Iran has enough uranium-enriched material to create bombs, nuclear bombs. He said that that's what the Iranians told him in those meetings. Why is that significant? Because they were in the middle of negotiating, and they supposedly, Witkoff, by the way, is not Trump, all right? Witkoff and Kushner don't speak like Trump, and they're much more measured and all that. And Trump, he speaks from the hip. They do not. And I actually believe they thought, because they're deal makers, that they could make a deal. It was their Iranian counterparts who announced proudly that they have that material and that they're not going to give up on it no matter what. And then Witkoff said, we even said to them, if this isn't for nuclear bombs and it's only for civilian use, we'll pay for it. We'll let you have enough for civilian use, and we'll even pay for it. And they said no. So whether or not they do have enough for bombs or they don't, my point is that Witkoff was quoting them.
Oh, by the way, there's no such thing. There's no reason to enrich uranium beyond a 5% level unless your goal is to weaponize it. So the Iranians have forever been denied they want a nuclear weapon, but they've also admitted that they've enriched at least 60%, and we believe 80%. All of this suggests a lot of chicanery on the part of the Iranians. But allow me to be skeptical about whether the nuclear issue is actually the reason why this war started. They saw an opportunity to take out the regime, and the regime is so worthy of being taken out that the question becomes, is it feasible? And I have to say that there were real concerns, valid concerns, that it would be a reckless action without likelihood of regime change because the damage Iran can cause would be so great. And over the past 3-4 days, we've heard various claims that Iran has really lashed out wildly. But I have to say, not that much has happened. Their effort to involve the GCC countries has backfired. Now Qatar is against them as well. Their effort to strike at Cyprus has backfired because now European countries who always would have supported it, some of them are openly supporting it as well. And you have a rare consensus in the world against the regime. So rather than us here quibble about whether we think that these two miscreants, Trump and Netanyahu, are trying to achieve political benefit, I think clearly, potentially, and Ruthie, I love how much faith you have in these guys. I think the bigger question is regime change at this point actually possible? And which of the two choices is wiser right now? And real quick, the choices are to pause the war and see if these idiots have learned their lesson and see if we can impose something on them, or to continue until the regime collapses fully. And that is a dangerous path, because at that point, they may indeed seek the Samson option of going down with the entire region. For example, firing all their missiles at Israel all at once. That would be inconvenient. And they could do a lot more damage with short-range missiles vis-a-vis countries like Dubai, or rather UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia, who are very, very close to them. The problems are clear. And the choice really is, to use a cliche, stark. And I'm not sure what I would recommend. And I'd be curious, Ruthie, what you would recommend.
First of all, don't call them miscreants. I would call them great leaders, great world leaders who will go down in history. Okay, miscreants. That's number one.
Tell the Ukrainians.
Let Ruthie finish.
Two, Yeah, really? Did you say that when Biden was president, tell the Ukrainians, when he just sat there bleeding hearts for the Ukrainians and didn't do anything? Let's not get into the Russia-Ukraine war right now. But you asked me what I think about the regime and the missiles. What's interesting is that Iran has fired apparently more of its missiles at its Arab neighbors in the Gulf. And obviously its goal is to get them to pressure Trump to stop and, go back to the table or something like that. But you know what? Even Trump said it's too late. Thank God he said that. And you're right. We don't know exactly whether the regime will change. But one thing we see is that the Iranians, all over the world, Iranian expatriates and Iranians in Iran, they are thrilled.
For sure.
And they're thanking Bibi and they're thanking Trump. And yes, it's not clear who will replace that regime. But you know something? I'm sick and tired of the Israeli left saying, like they did after October 7th, what about the day after? What about the day after? Sometimes you have to hit a threat immediately.
No,
While you're planning the day after. Yes, I know, Dan, you have to plan the day after, but that isn't...
But not only that, the reason Hamas is currently still in charge in Gaza is because these fools refused to not only plan a day after, but to plan it in a way that was inevitable, which we've discussed, is essentially for a reformed Palestinian Authority to take over, which is what they're now trying to do via the technocratic government. It was foolish to not do that.
Okay, I'm going to actually stop the conversation. I don't want us to move over to Hamas and Gaza. We are definitely in the middle of a war here with Iran. And meanwhile, we are living under rocket fire, constant sirens. Ruthie, I want to ask you, because we're going to have to wrap up in just a moment, how resilient do you think our society can actually be if this war, as Dan described, could stretch on beyond the short campaign after 2.5 years of already fighting the war that we just discussed?
So resilient. I mean, all you have to do is look around. The bomb shelters, people are having parties and bringing wine and having Purim celebrations and getting to know their neighbors and all kinds of things. There's actually a cheerful mood in the air, alongside, of course, anxiety. You don't want to get hit by a missile, or you're afraid that your building isn't strong enough to withstand the blasts and all that. But alongside that, there's great cheer around.
And Ruthie, adding to that, when this war ends, do you believe that we're going to be safer than we were before it started? This is the final sentiments. Just 1 minute answer, please. And unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap up. Are we going to be safer than before?
Okay, one word answer, yes.
Not one word answer, one sentence. But Dan, why don't you go ahead and add a sentence as well? Wrap us up with what do you believe? Will we be safer when this war is over or not?
My assessment is that if we know when to end the war, then certainly so. Clearly, even if the Islamic Republic survives in some form, logically they will be chastened. There's a very good chance that their misbehavior around the region will be stemmed, and it'll be possible maybe even to contemplate forcing on them constitutional changes that ease Iran away from the Islamic Republic. I said before which choice I would do. Do you continue to try to bring it down fully, or pause and see if they can sign surrender terms? I'm inclined to think I would go for the latter and see, indeed, if they've learned their lesson. But either way, the fact that Iran has been schooled so spectacularly, without a doubt, leaves not only Israel safer, but I dare say the entire region safer, which is why you don't really see that much complaint from the Arab world at large.
Sure, and I'm not sure if we want to keep that Iranian regime in place and whether or not Iran can ever learn their lesson, but certainly would be a utopia situation. If you found this discussion valuable, please check out the ILTV podcast for a further series of in-depth interviews on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Maayan Hoffman. Thanks for watching Insider.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you thought leaders, stakeholders, and other experts from the Middle East and beyond. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we'll be speaking with the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, who in recent years has become a leading voice for the Iranian people in the fight against the regime in Iran. Your Highness, it's an honor to have you with us. The Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, thank you for joining us today. Now, I want to start by asking you, there's a lot of people speaking about the Gaza war, but the agenda of the Islamic Republic, of course, extends far beyond just Israel and their terror proxies. Do you think that the West understands the nature of the Islamic Republic? And if not, how can we help educate them?
Well, the most important factor in understanding the nature of the regime is look at its behavior and consistency in its behavior ever since its existence. The DNA of this regime is the complete opposite of the desire and aspiration of Iranians who, let's not forget, were the first hostages of this regime. And it has always tried to use Iran as a launching pad for their ideological indoctrination of the rest of the world and exporting this ideology. In fact, their military branch, the IRGC, is mandated to help them export this ideology all the way across the world. And of course, the proxy war is also one way that they keep the focus away from themselves, engage in regional conflicts, and the regime has always fomented instability in order to keep itself in power, repression at home and conflict abroad. So I think if you look at the past 40 years, and my biggest criticism of the basic flaw in Western governments' analysis or policy vis-a-vis the regime was because it was based on a false premise of behavior change as a goal. And if you look at everything that followed, whether they were using diplomacy or strength in terms of carrot and the stick approach, as we say, and it was based on behavior change. Whereas we have always argued that the only solution is actually an end to this regime and not expecting any behavior change from them. So I think by the passage of time, it appears like this understanding is becoming a bit clearer. But is it necessary to simply understand? I think the next steps have to be taken. You cannot expect for this evil regime to disappear by itself. You need to actually put an end to it. Now, I always argue that this is a campaign of Iranians, by Iranians at home, but they deserve to have some support because all these years they had no supports whatsoever. And there are ways to achieve that, not by means of foreign intervention or military attacks, but by means of invigorating and equaling the playing field for Iranians to be able to overcome this regime. But why is it in the best interest of the free world as well? We're not asking them to shed a tear for us out of compassion. At least stick to your values of freedom and democracy and be defending the rights of Iranians to self-determination, which is what they ask. But you need to help them the same way we help many dissidents in other countries overcome their dictatorial system, authoritarian system. And it's consistent with the same approach, that if you believe that Iranians deserve to have the same freedoms that you as Westerners enjoy in your countries, then don't let them be thrown under the bus by cutting a deal with this regime that represses them, that kills them, that tortures them, that executes them, that shoots bullets into the eyes of their young people, and instead say, we are in solidarity with you, we will help you overcome. I think that has to be the major shift in attitude, because staying within the status quo and hoping by miracle to have a change of behavior is a total waste of time. And as we're getting more critically close to the red line of nuclear threat, and we don't explore an opportunity of having change before resorting to more dire measures, that would be such a historically criminal thing to do. And Iranians are saying to the whole world, we are on your side, why don't you come and help us?
Now, you've spoken quite a bit about maximum pressure on the regime and maximum support for the Iranian people, as you alluded to in the previous question. I'm wondering what that actually looks like in terms of policy. What can the West actually do to have policies that will support the people and promote regime change?
The most important thing, considering not the desired outcome, as we've seen either in Afghanistan or Iraq, is to understand that change in Iran is not going to be tantamount to another failed state. Because the Iranian people are ready for that change, and have demonstrated their capability if given the chance. That's the whole premise of our argument, that Iranians are ready for change. That if we have a scenario whereby we can guarantee the maximum defections of elements stuck with the regime that don't believe in this regime any longer, and they want to be part of the solution, that's the best way to guarantee a smooth transition without having, at the end of the day, post-regime, a situation of anarchy and disorder. So it's a controlled implosion with an actual game plan, with a transfer of authority and transitional governance, which is part of my campaign and what I'm trying to explain. So we can get to a point that Iranians can finally say, now it's up to us to decide for ourselves. We have a mechanism, we have a process, and we have, beyond the obvious liberty, freedom, democracy, and what have you, but a roadmap to recovery, that the country has the opportunity to now bring in foreign investment, address the issue of employment, job creation, everything that economically makes sense to the average person on the streets, because the rest is all motherhood and apple pie. But how do you actually translate it to something that is beneficial, not only for Iranians, but for those who will benefit from it? So it's a win-win scenario. That makes much more sense than hoping that this regime, with its corrupt mafia in charge, continuing its proxy wars, is going to offer any better solution that it had in the past 40 years. There has to be that change of paradigm.
When it comes to the state of Israel, there have been some voices within Israel who have advocated for separatism as a means of weakening the regime. Now, of course, this isn't the case. In a way, it actually strengthens the regime. This is a conspiracy that the regime itself has spewed for years in order to, cut down the dissidents and undermine them, saying that people want to divide Iran. Why is separatism wrong? Why is this actually a way of strengthening the regime?
Well, first and foremost, to give the regime an excuse to crack down even more in the name of, protecting the land. But Iranians in nature are proud of their past and history. Iran was a melting pot long before America became an example of it in latter years. For centuries, we had ethnic groups, different religions live under the same roof side by side and in peace. That was the nation state that Iran was for centuries. And to this day, especially when you look at the Mahsa Amini situation and the revolution, in the four corners of Iran, they were treating it as a national cause. It was not a Kurdish issue or an Azerbaijani issue and so on and so forth. Now, there are separatists. I believe that the numbers are minimal. There are fringe arguments, but they're given too much a platform, and that's dangerous, and I tell you why. Because Iranians will hesitate when they think that there are certain governments or other forces at play that will be encouraging this kind of separatism, and Iranians are proud of their land is sacred, and there's a reason why you have a sense of national identity. There's a flag that represents a nation, and that's our red line anyway as nationalists. And we believe that we don't need to get there, because I'm not saying that ethnic groups have not suffered at the hand of this regime. But what Iranian is left in Iran that hasn't suffered on this regime? You have suffered because of your ethnicity, you have suffered because of your faith, you have suffered because of your sexual orientation, you have suffered because you're just a woman and treated as a second-class citizen. This is the doing of this regime. That's not Iran. That's not what is in the heart of every Iranian, that respect one another, that don't care whether you're Muslim or Jewish or Zoroastrian or atheist. They don't care whether you're leftist or rightist, so long as you observe the rules of the game and democracy and respect and mutual tolerance. This is part of our, I think, to some extent, culture that was completely devastated by this regime. So I think the guarantee in terms of having equality and end to any kind of discrimination rides solely on what we think is this formula, which is a secular democratic system replacing this autocratic religious dictatorship.
Now, you spoke at the Israeli-American Council Conference calling for peace and cooperation between the State of Israel and a future free Iran, even a Cyrus Accords as a follow-up to the Abraham Accords. What would a future Israel-Iran relationship look like in a free Iran?
A true strategic partnership in the best interest of not just the two countries, but our entire region. Look at the challenges that we face. Not just the region, the whole world does. Climate change, economic issues, water shortages, which is a major issue now as far as Iran is concerned. And in fact, part of the reason I traveled to Israel was to talk to Israeli experts that are the best in the world in terms of water management and understanding the challenges and recommendation as to how to deal with it from every aspect, and many other things, technology, industry, innovation, and what have you. I think the whole region will benefit from it, but first and foremost, it's an element of stability. And if the Middle East has always been challenged by these conflicts that we've had, I think it's important to show and demonstrate that two critical countries in that region can work with one another. It was in the same spirit that when my father was very much helpful to President Sadat, when at the time he established a relationship with Golda Meir, and it led to an Egyptian-Israeli peace agreement. It means that in the right climate, you can achieve peace. And again, in the same spirit, how could you possibly have stability and peace in a region that you have one element and a terrorist regime that is constantly fomenting conflict? So a different Iran with the right partners would be able to not only set the stage for the kind of climate that is conducive to not only peace and something that everybody wants, but all the opportunities behind it. Economic development, interaction, it's good, it's profitable for everyone. I think that's an approach that will have many supporters, from Saudi Arabia to Egypt to Israel to Syria to all the countries that currently are stuck with the status quo.
Absolutely. Your Highness, Reza Pahlavi, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Caleb Ben David, coming to you live from Israel. Here is your roundup of the latest developments in this special bulletin on day 5 of the war with Iran. And in a dramatic expansion of the war with Iran, U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has confirmed that a U.S. submarine attacked and sank an Iranian naval ship off the coast of Sri Lanka using a torpedo on an enemy vessel for the first time since World War II. Authorities in Sri Lanka say 180 sailors were aboard the ship. Some 80 were wounded in the attack and rescued by Sri Lankan rescue vessels, and 100 sailors are still missing at this time. Now, speaking to reporters in Washington, D.C., Hegseth had this to say about the progress of the Iran war.
We are only 4 days into this, and the results have been incredible. Historic, really. Only the United States of America could lead this. Only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it. Or at least, soon enough, they will know it. America is winning, decisively, devastatingly, and without mercy. Under the direct command of President Trump, the War Department unleashed this operation early Saturday morning, just 4 days ago. Which means we need to remember two things. First, we are only 4 days into this. Metrics are shifting, dust is settling, and more forces are arriving. It's very early, and as President Trump has said, we will take all the time we need to make sure that we succeed.
Meanwhile, air raid sirens rang out across north and central Israel this afternoon as Iran and Hezbollah, for the first time, launched a coordinated missile attack against Israel. Although most were intercepted by air defense systems, missile fragments did crash down at several locations, and at least 2 people suffered light to moderate injuries. Now, this comes as the IDF is pounding both Iranian regime and Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Israel has issued an unusual and direct threat to Iranian regime officials in Lebanon, warning them to leave the country within 24 hours or face being targeted. IDF spokesperson Colonel Avichai Adraei said the military will not tolerate any presence of representatives of the Iranian terror regime in Lebanon, adding that after the 24-hour deadline, there will be no safe place for them. Israeli ground troops have been authorized to advance in South Lebanon in an enhanced forward defense posture to protect Galilee communities. And the IDF has warned civilian residents in South Lebanon to evacuate north of the Litani River. Now, the IDF says it carried out a major wave of airstrikes in Tehran over the last 24 hours, targeting dozens of command centers linked to Iran's internal security forces and the besieged militia. Israeli Air Force jets acting on precise intelligence dropped dozens of munitions on facilities used by the regime to maintain control and support operational decision-making. Military history was apparently made during these attacks. In the skies above Tehran, the IDF says an Israeli Air Force Adir F-35 fighter jet shot down an Iranian Yak-130 jet. This is the world's first shoot-down of a manned jet in combat conditions by an F-35. And in other war news, NATO says its forces stationed in the Mediterranean Sea shot down an Iranian ballistic missile after it crossed Iraq and entered the airspace of Turkey. This marks the first time that Iran has fired directly at Turkey and the first involvement of NATO troops in the war against Iran. And that is your update here on ILTV. Of course, you can continue to follow us, or you can go to our app. You just scan the QR code that is appearing on your screen now. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kalev Ben David, and please keep watching.
In archaeology, in order to have a proof, you need to find a text, an inscription, a detailed inscription. Let's say Hebrew, because there is Hebrew and Hebrew inscriptions at that time already, definitely in the 7th century BC, the Judahite society was already literal. Literacy proliferated in Judah at that time. So this is one possibility, or a Greek text or something like that.
Hasn't been found yet.
We don't have any text. But we are, in my opinion, as close as possible to have a proof without a text by looking at the material culture.
Hello and welcome to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and we are so happy to have you back, our viewers and our listeners. Now, there is nothing like wrapping up the week with a little bit of academic controversy. Today, I'm joined by Professor Israel Finkelstein, head of the School of Archaeology and Maritime Cultures at the University of Haifa. Over the past couple of years, I've been learning more and more about this school, and honestly, it makes me wish I was younger again and that I could go back to study. But since that's not exactly going to be the case, and it's not an option for me, I think we're going to do the next best thing, which is to bring the experts here and let you get a window into what those students are learning. Give you a taste of some fascinating questions, debates, and discoveries that the students are wrestling with. So, without further ado, I'd like to welcome you, Professor Finkelstein.
Hello, I'm very happy to be here.
Wonderful. So, Professor Finkelstein, before we get into some of the big debates, I want to start with Megiddo, or Tel Megiddo as it's called, an archaeological site in northern Israel. It's about 30 kilometers southeast of Haifa, 120 kilometers north of Jerusalem. So take us to Megiddo. When you stand on that mound, what do you feel you're standing on, and why do people keep coming back there?
Jokingly, I would say that I feel that I'm standing at the center of the universe. And the reason is that I've been there for almost 30 years. And it's a fascinating place, a major mound, perhaps the most important for the study of the archaeology of this part of the world, in fact, even beyond the borders of the State of Israel, in the Bronze and Iron Ages, including biblical times. And it is centrally located, strategically located on the main highway that leads from Egypt to Syria and Mesopotamia, and hence it had always been a very important place. It is mentioned, by the way, by all great archives of the ancient Near East, first and foremost the Bible, of course, but also Assyrian records, Egyptian records, and so on. And this is why it has been excavated for many years. I am the fourth in line, starting in the beginning of the 20th century. And the finds are fascinating. First and foremost, I would say that once you come to visit the site, you can see there are more monuments from biblical times than in any other place in Israel and beyond, including Jerusalem. Because in Jerusalem, for instance, the layers which represent, the Iron Age, the time of the Kingdom of Judah, are deep in the ground and covered by many centuries of urban development. At Megiddo, it's about half an hour beyond surface. So for archaeologists, it's wonderful. And it has been a great adventure to be there for many years.
Well, now I know that people actually call the site Armageddon, which in and of itself is a very is a name that grabs your attention. So what did your team actually find there in the late 7th century BCE layers that made you say, okay, something major clearly happened here?
Yeah, I think we have to start with the question of Armageddon, because Armageddon, is a corruption in Greek of the Hebrew Har Megiddo, the Mound of Megiddo. And it appears in the book of Revelations in the New Testament. Okay. And it is supposed to be the location of the final battle between the forces of God and the forces of evil. And it is important very much in Judeo-Christian civilization because it is linked to two major concepts. The first one is eschatology, of course, and the second one, messianism. Because according to tradition, this will be the place after this battle. Of course, the forces of God will prevail, and a Messiah from the lineage of David will come back, will return, will emerge, and redeem us all. So this is a very important place and concept. And the interesting question is, what's the source of this idea in the New Testament? Because the book of Revelations was probably put in writing in the 1st century CE.
Right.
So Megiddo is centuries before. So how do we link the two? So according to many, this is because Megiddo was the location of major battles that decided the fate of the ancient world in antiquity. But I think that there is a better solution, and the better solution is an event that took place at Megiddo in the year 609 BC, and which is recorded twice in the Bible.
Okay.
And I'm speaking about the story of the death of King Josiah of Judah at Megiddo in 609 BC at the hands of Pharaoh Necho II of Egypt. Necho, a pharaoh of a great empire, was on the way to the north to try to help the Assyrians, his ex-arch enemies, against the new enemy, the Babylonians, at the Battle of Carchemish in the north on the Euphrates. And he stopped at Megiddo and, for certain reasons, probably called on Josiah to come to Megiddo, perhaps to swear alliance to the new overlord, the new pharaoh, the ruler of the country. And for a reason which is not very clear to us, when Josiah appeared at Megiddo, he was executed by Necho. Now, Josiah is described in the Book of Kings as the most righteous king in the lineage of David. He is even described in better words than David, if you wish, and he's the only one of the kings who is compared to Moses. And the Book of Kings describe him as the one who walked in the path of the God of Israel without turning to the left and turning to the right. And apparently the killing of Josiah at Megiddo was a major catastrophe and shock that perhaps led, first of all, it led 25 years later to the fall of Judah and destruction of the temple. And perhaps there was this memory that this terrible event happened at Megiddo, and this was the reason for the idea, eschatological idea, that can be traced in ancient texts starting in the 5th century BC, perhaps a short while after the event itself at Megiddo, that this is the place where a new Davidite will emerge after this battle, the final battle.
But now you're an archaeologist. We're talking a lot about the text. What is the piece of evidence that you found underground that lets us know that this battle story actually did take place there?
Exactly. So first of all, let me say that there is another version of the story in the Book of Chronicles, but speaking about a big battle that took place at Megiddo. Okay. However, I think that Kings gives us a better testimony because it gives us a real-time testimony from the late 7th century BC. Josiah was there close to the year 600 BC, and the death of Josiah took place in 609 BC. So this is one important thing to remember. Chronicles is a different story because it was composed centuries later and also depicts in a way concerns of the authors of later periods.
Right, which is a controversial issue in and of itself,
Absolutely.
Though we're not going to jump into it right now.
One of the many controversial issues, there are many of them, of course.
Yes, when you talk about the Bible, but give me some idea. What is the physical evidence that
So
you
we
found?
were looking for evidence for the 7th century BC since I started at Megiddo many years ago, and we could not. And the reason is that this was the a major project of, excavating at Megiddo of the University of Chicago in the 1920s and 1930s. And they began their work with the idea of peeling off the mound layer after layer. And they did manage, in fact, to remove the upper layers. And then they decided that it's too much, and they turned to another method to continue their work at Megiddo. But in any event, it was difficult to find a location where the 7th century remains have not been removed. And finally, after many years, we managed to find a sector of the site where we thought there are still remains that they had not been removed by the University of Chicago excavators. And we started there a few years ago, and bingo, we managed to unearth remains, which in a sequence which starts in the late 8th century, which means the destruction of the northern kingdom of Israel rather than Judah in the late 8th century in the hands of the Assyrians, and then continuing into the beginning of the 7th century and into the late 7th century. And in the layer of the late 7th century were the interesting find which can be linked to the story of Josiah at Megiddo.
Just give me one idea of an artifact. What did you find?
So there were several of them. Let me start by saying that we were surprised, in fact, to find a big number of Egyptian ceramic vessels at Megiddo, and not only that they are Egyptian, they were indeed manufactured in Egypt and brought to this country, and not what we call Egyptianized, which means some sort of producing vessels looking like Egyptian. So they are real Egyptian vessels, and the question, and the number of vessels at Megiddo was bigger than in any other site in the vicinity, in fact, in the entire region. So the question was, what's going on here? What is this? Is this representing traders living at Megiddo under Egyptian rule in the time when Egypt took over from Assyria and established a center at Megiddo, as it was before? It was an important place, as I mentioned before. Or maybe we are speaking about immigrants that came to live at Megiddo, serve the Egyptian administration, something like that. And there was always in parallel the possibility of garrison, which means that this was a garrison station there in order to advance the goals of the pharaoh at that time in the late 7th century. And the fact of the matter is that it was difficult to decide. And then we found another trove which is connected to the question of Egypt at Megiddo, but it's not Egyptian. In parallel to the Egyptian finds, in the same layer, there was a big number of what we archaeologists describe as East Greek pottery.
Okay.
And why is this important? East Greek, which means that it comes from, let's say, Asia Minor.
Okay.
The eastern part of the Greek culture, especially there in the late 7th century. It can be very precisely dated because of ancient texts which are related to that region, over there in the Western Mediterranean. And it is found in places which are connected to soldiers' garrison of Egypt, because we know in parallel from ancient texts that there were Greek mercenaries in the service of the pharaohs of the 26th dynasty, including that Necho that is connected to the story of Josiah. And there is, in fact, a site in Israel, not so far south of here, from Tel Aviv and Rishon LeZion, where we are, at Palmachim, where there is some sort of a fort which apparently served the military of the 26th dynasty, and indeed there is East Greek pottery there. So the fact that we had a connection, a combination of East Greek pottery with the Egyptian pottery, and on top of this, the historical descriptions of Greek serving in the Egyptian army. For instance, Herodotus, the famous Greek historian in the 5th century BC, speaks about Greek serving Egypt at that time, in the late 7th century BC. He looks back and describes this. And even more surprising, the Assyrian king of the time, Ashurbanipal, tells us that King Giges of Lydia, which means Asia Minor, sent mercenaries to serve the Egyptian.
So it sort of all comes together in that way.
Everything connects together, and perhaps we are touching on some sort of real link between archaeology and the story of Josiah and Megiddo.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I would add another piece of information which is also interesting, that there are two places in the Bible, in the Hebrew Bible, which hint that Greeks were involved in the killing of Josiah. So there you go, clicking the whole thing together. Yeah.
And it's interesting because, always in the headlines, we love to see proof. And we say that, okay, this proves the Bible. Do you believe that what you found then actually does say that Josiah was executed there, his head cut off, the battle with Pharaoh Necho took place the way that we read it in the Bible? Do you believe that the archaeology can say this is what happens?
It's not 100% proof, in my opinion. In archaeology, in order to have a proof, you need to find a text, an inscription, a detailed inscription. Let's say in Hebrew, because there is Hebrew and Hebrew inscriptions at that time already, definitely in the 7th century BC, the Judahite society was already literal. Literacy proliferated in Judah at that time. So this is one possibility, or a Greek text or something like that.
And that hasn't been found yet.
We don't have any text. But we are, in my opinion, as close as possible to have a proof without a text by looking at the material culture.
Unbelievable. And I just want to share with our viewers, just in case they don't know the story, Josiah, as we said, was the 7th century BCE king of Judah, and Pharaoh Necho II, who you've mentioned, was the Egyptian king who actually killed Josiah during that battle at Megiddo, which is actually considered the beginning of the fall of the kingdom of Judah. As you mentioned, 25 years later, there was no longer a kingdom of Judah.
Right.
So the Egyptian pottery that you found actually has some very striking information on it. You mentioned, you kind of walked us through the Egyptian angle, the Greek angle. So when you find these kind of discoveries and it touches on the biblical narrative, the temperature kind of rises for people because some people say, yes, the Bible is literal, all this took place. And of course, there's another side who says, and I think you've mentioned, well, maybe it was written in different periods and maybe it's not exactly a God text. How do you keep your work, all of these things that you just described, which are clearly religious in nature, but also academic in nature, from becoming political or religious, inkblot tests?
Good question. I think that the only way to do this properly is to stick to research.
Okay.
And you will never hear me expressing political thought or ideas in relation to archaeological finds. Of course, each of us has his own view about our culture, about the state of Israel today and so on, and the world today, in fact. But I keep this aside completely, and I try, and I hope that I succeed to conduct myself according to research, according to, and studying the Bible can be done in three ways. In fact, in a combination of three ways, I would say even better than that, which means you have to look at the text always. And in my opinion, you have to look at the biblical text in a critical way, which is a method that started, if you wish, by Baruch Spinoza, in the 17th century BC. So we are already 400 years into critical biblical research, and there is a strong one all over the world, an interesting one, fascinating one, trying to understand the Bible first and foremost according to the text itself and relationship between different parts of the Hebrew Bible. Then we have extra biblical ancient Near Eastern texts, such as the Assyrian records. And by the way, that even when you look at the biblical text in Kings, you see here and there mention of an Assyrian king marching on the land of Israel, conquering places or fighting. For instance, in the book of Kings, there is a long story about the siege of Jerusalem by Sennacherib, king of Assyria, in the time of King Hezekiah of Judah, which means about more than a century earlier, or a century earlier, in fact, than the story of Josiah. And then there is archaeology. And the trick is to try to put them together into one story, and doing this only according to the evidence, without entering, considerations which come from other aspects of life.
Well, but your work certainly challenges this classic picture of David and Solomon ruling this grand, united monarchy. Tell me a little bit more then about what you're specifically arguing from, I guess, an academic perspective.
The time of David and Solomon is really a difficult nut to crack, so to speak. And the reason is that David and Solomon are, in fact, not really mentioned in any extra biblical text, which is not surprising, by the way, because at that time there was no big power around to provide us with evidence, on what happened in the land of Israel. Still, we have only one inscription that was found about 25 years ago at the site of Tel Dan in the north of Israel, which refers to Judah as the house of David.
Okay.
And this is, in fact, some sort of quite a strong evidence for the historicity of David. For Solomon, we don't have even this, for many reasons. I'm not going to speak about it because this will take us, 3 hours today. I'm not going to speak about them, but I do believe that David and Solomon are historical figures, the founders of the Davidic dynasty in Jerusalem. Now, the question is, and we also know, I think, quite not precisely completely, but we know when they lived in Jerusalem. We don't have to accept exactly the testimony of the book of Samuel and Kings that David ruled for 40 years and Solomon for 40 years and so on, but they did live in the 10th century BC, because we know from extra biblical texts that we have already evidence for later kings in the 9th century. For instance, King Ahab of Israel is mentioned in the Assyrian records in the year 853 BC as taking his army to the north to fight an Assyrian monarch at the Battle of Karkar, far to the north from us. So David and Solomon are in the 10th century. Now the question is, of course, what is the kind of archaeology that we can produce in order to support or not the biblical description? Now, the Bible describes a big empire that stretches from the south, from the desert, the border of Egypt, all the way north. Depends in what part of the Bible, but some parts describe it all the way to this empire, all the way to the Euphrates. And Jerusalem as a golden age city with major monuments and the temple and the palace of the kings of Israel and so on. And for this, the evidence is not forthcoming. I would say it's not very easy to come by because, well, first of all, we need, of course, to identify properly the remains which belong to the 10th century. And maybe we'll speak about it later because this is the chronology debate. But the way I understand things is that the evidence for Jerusalem, for instance, in the 10th century is meager. Doesn't mean that there was no settlement, there was, but it was a relatively modest one, a center, a stronghold ruling over the southern part of the highlands. But there's no evidence really for this major city with the monuments and a big population, demographically speaking. And the same goes for other places which are mentioned in the Bible in relation to King Solomon, for instance, such as Megiddo.
Okay, so let me ask you this. We have a lot of Christian Zionists, more religious Zionist listeners that watch ILTV, and they're going to say, wait, you brought somebody on who is saying that the Bible is maybe not true. How do you answer that in a way that is honest, that is careful, and is still understandable to someone who's not an archaeologist like you?
For me, the Bible is always true.
Okay.
That's first and foremost. Because of my identity, I'm also a Zionist, a very strong one. And so the Bible is always true from the perspective of, importance personally and for us as a nation and for, in fact, the Western civilization in general, far beyond, the Jewish people and the land of Israel. And also, there's the moral part of the Bible, which of course is true and directs all of us already for many centuries. Now, the Bible, the historical parts of the Bible, this we need to acknowledge. The historical parts of the Bible cannot be understood in the modern sense of history, because they describe the events that took place in the kingdom of Judah or the kingdom of Israel. They lived parallel to each other for like 2 centuries. Anyway, so we have the description of this king and that king, but the reason for the description is not historical in the simple sense, because the Bible speaks about what? The Bible, even in the historical parts, speak about the relationship between the God of Israel and the people of Israel, the relationship between the God of Israel and the Davidic dynasty, and the importance of the Davidic dynasty, the only dynasty that can rule, according to the Bible, over the people of Israel, the centrality of Jerusalem, the importance of the temple as the only legitimate cult place for the Israelites. This is the concern. Right. So it's not simple it's more sophisticated in a way that simply recording the events in this year and that year. And this we need to acknowledge. We need to acknowledge another thing, which is as important as the first one that I have just mentioned. And this is the fact that the historical parts of the Bible, if we take from Genesis, if you wish, to the second book of Kings, and then again in Chronicles, and then in Ezra and Nehemiah also. So these are the historical parts.
Right.
And the question is, when exactly they were put in writing? The composition, because every period had different concerns, of course, and the authors had different perhaps ideologies and theologies, a little bit different than before. And we need to be very careful when we reconstruct history according to these texts. In my opinion, the composition is a long one, started in maybe around 800 BC.
Okay.
I believe that we do have texts in the Bible which were composed in the northern kingdom of Israel before it was destroyed by the Assyrians, which means in the first half of the 8th century, let's say 750, 760, 780 BC.
Okay.
And then the latest ones, according to me, and here I am a little bit on a minority view, but I strongly stand behind this idea, that the latest ones, for instance, the editions in Chronicles, which we mentioned before, were composed in the 1st century BC, in the late 1st century, in the time of the Hasmoneans.
Oh, wow. And this is your low chronology idea, correct?
Part of it.
Part of
This is my low chronology regarding, if you wish, to the biblical text, and there is a low chronology about archaeology. Maybe we'll speak about it. That is a different story. But yes, so we are dealing with text which was composed over 700 years, a long time, with different situations. Kingdom of Israel, Kingdom of Judah, destruction, Persian period, in Jerusalem, then the Hellenistic, then the rise of the Hasmoneans, over 700 years. Just think about it, that if we have a text today that we read, that, why not Yediot Achronot publishes a text which describes the history of the land of Israel from the year 1300 to today, 700 years. Different situations altogether.
100%. But some people have accused you of sort of cherry-picking texts or using a double standard. Can you respond to those critics?
Yeah, I have already responded, I think, to this by saying that the Bible was composed in different periods. So sure, I am sure cherry-picking. I admit, the accusation. I admit the accusation, of course, proudly admit the accusation, because this is exactly what needs to be done. Every text in the Bible should be regarded according to its own value, time of composition, archaeological evidence, as I mentioned before, extra-biblical, ancient Near Eastern evidence. So, of course, in my opinion, there is no way to judge a description of construction of monuments in the 8th century BC to the description in the book of Nehemiah of the construction of the wall in Jerusalem, ostensibly in the 15th century BC, but perhaps in fact reflecting later situations.
Interesting. Now, you're heading the School of Archaeology and Maritime Cultures, as I mentioned, at the University of Haifa at the beginning. So what is the pitch to a smart young person deciding what to study? Why Haifa for archaeology, and why would somebody want to come do it now? I mean, we're many thousands of years after all of these things happened.
Well, first of all, why Haifa? Let's start with why Haifa. I think at Haifa we did something unique, and this is the most important point to stress. We have a School of Archaeology which represents all aspects of archaeology. Under this title, the School of Archaeology, there are 4 departments which deal with land archaeology. This is the typical...
what you're doing at Megiddo.
Yes, exactly. At Megiddo, I am a land archaeologist, if you wish, but we also have a department of maritime civilizations. We have a department of archaeological sciences, which is the
like the carbon dating and all of that?
Including radiocarbon dating, molecular archaeology, and things which are really fascinating, introducing computational methods, if you wish to call it AI, to the study of the past. So we do have a department, and then Department of Cultural Heritage. Now, the important thing to stress is that 3 of the 4 departments are unique in Israel, and in fact, they do not exist anywhere else in Israel, and which means underwater archaeology, archaeological maritime civilizations, that is to say, and laboratories, which means archaeological science and cultural heritage. And no less important, the combination of the four, in my opinion, is quite unique in the world. So I would say for a student in Israel or abroad, if you wish to cover all aspects of archaeology, Haifa is the place for you to come and study with us.
Yeah, and it totally makes sense. I mean, especially in modern day where there's so much need for multidisciplinary teams. So I would assume that the people who are working on these projects at Haifa are given the opportunity to work with somebody who knows AI, computational work, and could actually pair that with the work that you're doing in the lands and then be able to work together to have more information.
Absolutely.
Super exciting.
This is fascinating, exactly. And I think that the students who come to Haifa, they get something unique, and also as an experience in their study, and also preparing them for work, for the future.
Yeah, I mean, but do you really think, I mean, I know you've been doing this a long time, so you obviously very much appreciate the field, and it is a fascinating field. But today, there's so much on computers, as you mentioned, even using the generative AI in archaeology. Do you feel that archaeology still has the value that it used to have going back so many centuries? Or are people, anyway, just kind of moving on? We're so fast-paced today, and it takes so long to make these discoveries.
Big question. We are in a big battle to get students, of course, in our time. But I think that people, there is a huge body of people in Israel and in the world who are fascinated by the past, who want to study the past, history and archaeology. And this is our audience, the crowd, that we are speaking to. And this is why we are successful. I mean, not only at Haifa, but, archaeology in Israel, we are successful in transmitting the ideas, not only within the borders of the State of Israel in Hebrew, but also to the world,
if you take Judeo-Christian culture.
Exactly. If you take me, I mean, I can give you a list of places where I taught. They are quite impossible, to comprehend, from São Paulo to Tokyo and what else. So people, especially Christians, and this is under the umbrella of Judeo-Christian civilization, are deeply interested because of identity, and I do think that it is important to know the past in order to establish our own identity, who we are, how we conduct ourselves, from the level of family all the way to the national level. Yeah. It's extremely important, and I think that today it's even easier to try to sell, the package of archaeology, because we also have the aspect of modern sciences, life science. You just think about, I myself, have been involved in amazing projects. I was lucky to be involved in amazing projects such as ancient DNA or computational archaeology, or, find evidence in ancient vessels for trade with the Far East according to the molecular residues found in the vessels.
Wow,
so this is fascinating, and I think it's very rewarding to come study archaeology.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I live in Jerusalem, and I always feel fortunate just I'm a runner, and I go out and I run, and when I'm just running, I think about all the layers of history that are underneath there and how we are in such an ancient land, and sounds like what you're doing is unbelievable. Unfortunately, I think we are actually running out of time, so we're going to have to wrap up. But I do want to, I have many, many more questions I want to say. I wish we didn't have to wrap up, because this is really such an eye-opening opportunity. And I think that students that are listening to this can come and they can learn in your department and then come here and share it, the culture, the land, the labs, all of it there, combination. So until next time, I'm going to sign off. But thank you so much, Professor Finkelstein.
Thank you very much for having me. A pleasure.
Thanks.
Welcome to another episode of One-on-One, a special series from ILTV in partnership with Israel Bonds. I'm Lidar Gaveh-Lazi, and in each episode we sit down with individuals who bring a clear sense of purpose and are choosing to make a real impact. They understand that supporting Israel isn't just about words, but about taking action when it matters most. Our guest today is a trailblazer across multiple worlds. She's a sports journalist and entrepreneur, a social media influencer, and a bold voice for Jewish pride and Israel, especially at a time when speaking up hasn't always been easy. She's also someone who believes deeply in building Israel's future, not just through words, but through action. Emily, you've built a career in spaces that demand both mental toughness and visibility, from sports journalism to entrepreneurship and advocacy. How did your sense of Jewish identity shape the confidence it took to step into these arenas and claim space unapologetically?
To be completely honest, I don't feel that my Jewish identity shaped my career. I feel like the career empowered me to, A, just have a platform in general, which then I could take this platform and elevate my identity. But it took me a while to find it. I went to a Jewish high school. I grew up in a Jewish neighborhood, and Jewish identity was everything I grew up with. So I didn't really appreciate it. And then once I got to college, once I got to the sports world, and then I realized I'm the only Jew, it started to feel like it was a privilege to be like the Jew in the room. And I felt, I don't want to call it a burden because it wasn't. I carried it almost as like a badge of honor, where I felt like I'm the representation for the Jewish people because I'm one of the few Jews here. And then that's where I became more in touch with my Jewish identity, and I used the career that I was building to bring that Jewishness into it and spread positive awareness around it, because obviously, there's a lot of like negative stereotypes around Jews, so I wanted to be like the positive one.
And before we continue, a word from our sponsor. Israel Bonds offers a direct way to invest in Israel's resilience while investing in your own future. Invest in what matters. Invest in Israel Bonds. And Emily, back to you. At a time when many public figures are choosing silence, you've actually chosen to be outspoken, especially in standing up for Israel and against anti-Semitism. I mean, what gave you the courage to be so vocal, and what has the response been like, both the support but also the pushback?
Well, of course, for me, it didn't feel like it was a choice after October 7th. And even before October 7th, I always had this like survival instinct in me, because when I was 16, I went to Poland and I saw what people were capable of. And it wasn't just seeing what happened in Poland that kind of woke me up harshly. It was coming back from Poland, doing research about how this happened, and then finding out how the world didn't help us until it was convenient for them to. So knowing that we're on our own, got flashbacks. I'm like, oh my goodness, this absolutely can happen again. And we saw the response that the world had. So for me, speaking up was an obligation. I mean, the pushback has been insane. I was unemployed for like a year after October 7th. Miss Universe shunned me. I had so many brands stop communicating with me. It was sad, but the positive outreach has been incredible. I feel like for the first time I've been, really surrounded by the Jewish community. Of course, there's like sinat chinam, there's so much infighting, and it's very sad, but ultimately we're all we have. And unfortunately, not all of us realize that, but I realize that, so I'm going to try to unite the community as much as I can.
And moving on to another one of your hats, sports often bring together people who might never otherwise interact. How do you see your role in using sports to bring people closer together, particularly by giving positive exposure to Israel and the Jewish community through high-profile Israeli athletes?
Sports in general, I think, is the best bridge to anything. Sports, food, and money unite people. So being on the sports end of it, I feel like it's built incredible bridges for me. I mean, I don't know why it's not spoken about more. I started working in Saudi Arabia 2 years ago, before it was like cool and safe and fun. And I absolutely fell in love with the Saudis. That love was reciprocated. And we talk about Israel, we talk about Gaza, we talk about really uncomfortable things. And the only reason I'm in Saudi Arabia is because of my sports job and because they bought a percent of the league that I work for. So, it's an entryway into many doors that otherwise would not have been opened. And I'm really, really grateful that I get to, be on both the political side of things and the sports side of things, because they cross paths so much more than what people think. And, people can disagree on everything, but you could root for the same team in the same sport, and it's all fun at the end of the day.
And you've been covering a lot of entertainment coming out of Saudi Arabia. I mean, what have your experiences been like as an openly Jewish, pro-Israel sports journalist and a woman working in that space?
The way I was welcomed there was something I wish the world could see, because the media shows you the worst side of things, but there is that majority of silent people. And in Saudi, here's a really heartwarming story. I did Yom Kippur last year in Saudi Arabia, and I observed Yom Kippur 100%. I came with my Tehillim, I came with my Siddur, I fasted, I didn't drink water, I didn't go in the elevator. And I remember somebody came to check up on me all the time because they know I couldn't really move around freely. And after Yom Kippur was over, my Saudi friends from Jeddah they asked me, so what is Yom Kippur? So I explained to them the Beit HaMikdash, and we fast and we, mourn and repent. And it was a thought that counts. They prepared a feast for me after Yom Kippur because I was hungry. But the problem was they didn't understand kosher and halal are not exactly the same thing. So they prepared a camel for me. And camel's not kosher. So that was a shame. But it's a thought that counts, and it really warmed my heart.
And have those interactions challenged stereotypes, either theirs or yours, about what dialogue and coexistence can look like?
It's so easy to talk behind the screen. It's so easy to hate someone behind the screen. In fact, I've spoken to many Saudis who are completely anti-Israel, but then you sit at a table like this and you're communicating with one another, and you can find more common ground than you'd think. The problem is not everyone has the opportunity to have these conversations, which again, that's why I'm so grateful I have the job that I do, because I end up at these weird situations. But once you sit down with the person, you will bond about so many things, whether it's food or sports or even politics. I mean, there's so many things that the Saudis and I do have in common. And I feel like it doesn't just go as far as the Saudis, it's between Israel and any country. I mean, everyone has something in common. I was in Abu Dhabi with a girl, I won't say her name out of respect, she's part of the royal family, but a mutual friend introduced us and he said, I want you to spend the entire day with her. She's gonna take care of you. I don't ask questions, I'm zohemet, I go with the flow. Turns out this woman was Palestinian, and I had no idea, and she didn't care about my background. Of course, you can Google me, so it's a bit different. And she was raised in the UAE, so she wasn't extreme at all. She was very secular. She loves Israel. She went to Israel, and it just shows you, like, it broke that stereotype. At the end of the day, like I said, people are very brave behind the screen, but when you're sitting face to face, we're all just people.
Pivoting with the alarming rise in anti-Semitism globally, what responsibility do you feel to use your platform right now?
I feel like it's an obligation, not just a responsibility. I feel like, why do Jews feel like you have a choice to speak up? Do you realize if you don't speak up, another Holocaust will happen? And I don't say that lightly. I don't believe another Holocaust will happen because enough Jews speak up. But for those who don't, it's almost like, how dare you? You have children. Your children are going to grow up in a world filled with anti-Semitism, and what? You feel like you're exempt from that anti-Semitism, maybe because you're powerful or you are very wealthy, but nobody's exempt, because when the Nazis came for the Jews, they didn't ask, are you Democrat or Republican? They didn't ask how much money's in the bank. They didn't ask if you were a lawyer or a doctor. They killed every Jew. So when I speak to Jews who just don't speak up, I think they are the most selfish people on earth, because when the time comes that the Jews are attacked, you're still a Jew, whether you identify as one or not, whether you're proud of it or not, you're a Jew. So you might as well own it, stop apologizing for it, and embrace it.
So what do you want young Jews, especially those who feel disconnected or maybe afraid to speak up, to understand about this moment?
I want young Jews to know that they're the future. We can only do so much before our voices just get faded out. Everything in life is like a wave, right? Today I'm relevant, tomorrow I'm not. That's how it is. The next generation of Jews need to carry the torch and keep spreading that light. And I don't want them to think that because there's enough people doing it, they don't have to. No, you do have to. Because right now you're maybe 18, 20, 21, but one day you're going to be a future leader. You're going to be the doctor, the lawyer, the teacher, the friend. It doesn't matter who you are, because everyone has their role to play and everyone has their impact. So this next generation, and they don't have this problem, my generation has this problem of just embracing their identity. It seems like the next generation has corrected itself already, which is good, but they need to really own it, and it seems like they are based on the people that I'm meeting.
Supporting Israel can take many forms: advocacy, education, philanthropy, and investment. Why do you believe it's important to move from statements of support to tangible action when it comes to Israel's future?
I think they're all relevant. I think the money's relevant. I think the connections are relevant. I think the friendship is relevant. Israel's future, it's more dynamic than that. It can't depend on one thing. Like, you have the Miriam Adelsons, and then you have the influencers, and then you have everything in between, and they're so extremely different, but they're each playing their own role. You need the bullies. You need the bullies. You need the ones screaming on Piers Morgan. You need the liberals. You need the Republicans. You need representation across the board, because the reality is Israel is a representation of a million different types of people. But for whatever reason, Israel's boxed into this small bubble and generalized, and and categorized as something that they're not. So when you have that representation across every field, that's when people will really get to understand Judaism and the Jewish people, but specifically like the relationship to Israel.
Emily, thank you so much for your honesty, your strength, and your willingness to lead, not just with success, but with conviction. Your story is a powerful reminder that pride and purpose are not inherited, they're chosen every single day. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Emily spoke powerfully about choosing action, about showing up for Israel, not only with words, but with real commitment. At One-on-One, that idea sits at the heart of everything we do, because when something truly matters, you don't just talk about it, you invest in it. That belief is what connects today's conversation to our partners at Israel Bonds. For more than 7 decades, Israel Bonds has given people a way to turn values into tangible impact, strengthening Israel's economy while reinforcing a deep personal connection to its future. To continue that conversation, I'm pleased to be joined by someone helping shape the next generation of that commitment. Erez Kahan is the new Leadership National Chair of Israel Bonds, connecting with young professionals across the country who are redefining what engagement with Israel looks like today: practical, values-driven, and future-focused. Erez, welcome to One-on-One.
Good to be here. Thank you for having me.
And as you interact closely with young leaders who are navigating a very different landscape from previous generations, I mean, what do you see motivating young professionals today to engage with Israel through Israel Bonds, especially in this moment?
I think each generation is different, and this new generation with technology, AI, the rise of anti-Semitism, especially on college campuses, it is a brand new landscape that we are dealing with, and it is incredibly important to educate these young professionals, what Israel Bonds is and why it's important.
Israel Bonds is often described as both an investment and a statement. What do you say to someone who wants to get involved with Israel Bonds but isn't sure where to begin?
If someone is not sure where to begin, I usually tell them to start where you're comfortable with, whether that is just simply going to an event and exposing yourself to information, to learning more, all the way up to getting more involved, helping put together an event, or all the way to, buying a bond and educating the people around them. I like to think of it as baby steps. When I first got involved, 7, 8 years ago, I didn't really understand fully what Israel Bonds was. I knew it existed. I knew it was important. I went to a Friday night dinner, and I was like, okay, a $36 bond, I'm getting this money back, and I'm getting a great dinner. And I went, and then I hear the speaker, and I think, oh my gosh, this is like really important. So I went back to another event, and then I start to think, maybe I should get more involved in Israel Bonds. So I started to get more involved, and I started to talk to my friends and bring friends to the events. And then I start educating my friends about it. And that's why I'm here today in my position.
And what excites you about being the national chair for Israel Bonds' new leadership?
I started this position as, being in New York City and going to events in New York City. And I've exhausted my resources in my social circles, in my community, in my synagogue, getting all the people that I know in New York City involved with Israel Bonds, educated about Israel Bonds, getting young professionals involved in Israel Bonds in New York. It's incredibly important at this point, to start going out on the streets, going to different areas. Going to the game in Philly is a perfect example of going out and meeting young professionals in different areas and spreading the beauty of Israel Bonds and the importance of Israel Bonds, why it's important, and planting the seeds in these different cities and these different Jewish communities where there are plenty of young professionals, where they can then take on the reins and spread the word and create their own events, and we can grow from there.
How can investing in Israel through Israel Bonds serve as a form of empowerment during times like these?
During times like these, it could be very overwhelming, and young professionals don't necessarily know how to respond with the rising anti-Semitism around. And one really big way to combat this is by making a statement by investing in Israel Bonds. You are making a statement saying, I believe in the state of Israel, I believe in what this bond stands for, and I believe in the continued existence of the state of Israel.
Erez, thank you for joining us today and for your leadership and for reminding us that investing in Israel is not just about the present, it's about believing in a shared future and having the courage to help build it.
Thank you so much.
Today's conversations, from Emily's advocacy to Erez's leadership, remind us that support for Israel takes many forms, but it always begins with intention and action. When you invest in what matters most, you don't just shape outcomes, you shape identity, resilience, and possibility. This is One-on-One, where bold voices meet meaningful action. We'll see you next time.
And now Aish is strengthening Jewish identity and knowledge among young Jews, pushing back against rising anti-Semitism after Tucker Carlson's recent interview in Israel with U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee sparked debate over theological issues tied to Israel and Jewish law. We're now joined in studio by Rabbi Daniel Rowe of Aish to unpack those questions and the deeper meaning of the upcoming Jewish holiday of Purim. Thank you so much, Rabbi, for joining us.
Thank you, Sivan.
So, in a recent conversation, Tucker Carlson, who we just saw, raised the issue of the biblical borders described in Genesis, from the Euphrates to Egypt, asking whether believing the Bible requires supporting Israeli expansionism. Is there any real basis for that claim, and how does modern-day Israel relate to the concept of biblical borders?
Yeah, it's actually a very funny part of the interview. So, as were many, I mean, there's lots of ignorance. But I would say, first of all, the modern state of Israel is a secular state and has its boundaries by international law, treaties, and has been trying to negotiate some kind of peace with the Palestinians and with Arab neighbors for a long time, and has no territorial ambitions there. But even biblically, the Genesis chapter 15 is not the actual political borders of even ancient biblical Israel. They're given in the book of Numbers chapter 34, which is basically in those days was from roughly modern political Israel plus Yehuda v'Shamron, Judea and Samaria, West Bank, whatever you want to call it. That's it. The vision given to Abram in Genesis 15 is a vision understood to be like in the Messianic era when Israel's neighbors want to join with Israel together. But it's absolutely nothing about conquering other territory or some kind of expansion.
Mm-hmm. Now, with the holiday of Purim approaching, the theme of Amalek is once again front and center. And Carlson criticized Prime Minister Netanyahu for invoking Remember Amalek, suggesting it amounts to a call for genocide. Is that an accurate reading of the biblical text?
So that's really two different questions. One is what's the Bible saying, and two is what was Netanyahu saying.
Right.
So the biblical text, Amalek is like the most evil. It's like an ancient Nazi people, always trying to massacre Jews. Literally from when they came out of Egypt, all the way through the book of Judges for centuries, they're always massacring the Jewish people. And the Torah says you should wipe out the Zecher Amalek, the ideology of Amalek. But it doesn't have to even be done militarily. Maimonides says you can try peace, negotiations, get them to change their entire worldview. That's all legitimate. And after centuries of trying everything, the prophet Samuel says, now you've got to go to war. And he does use very strong language, men, women, children. But he says, go and attack Amalek. And there's an ambiguity. In the ancient world, if I say attack Rome or Babylon or Amalek, do I mean the whole empire, like a genocide? Or do we mean just the city? And it's actually clear from the Bible it's not the whole empire, because a few chapters later, they're all still around. Chapter 30, the book of Samuel, they're all there. Mm-hmm. And if you look, King Saul sends his army to Amalek, the city. Now, cities in the ancient world varied in size, but archaeologically, we know where the Amalek city could be. It's only two sites, and they're both citadels. They're very small. They're like royal fortresses. And the idea is like this. The people are sitting with their like Nazi ideology so long as the royal family is intact. Mm-hmm. And he's saying out of desperation, let's try and wipe out the royal family, including children, so they won't wait for them to grow up, and they'll be able to change their ideology. So it probably is not even genocidal in the Bible. But leave that aside. Netanyahu's speech. He never mentions the book of Samuel. This speech is October 28th, I think it was, 2023. It's still online on the government website. Everybody, Carlson or anyone, could read the speech. It was just before ground troops entered Gaza. And Netanyahu says, we have two goals: dismantle Hamas's ability to run the place politically or militarily threaten us, and number two, get the hostages back. And then he talks about the memorial of the atrocity that had happened on October 7th and quotes the biblical verse, remember what Amalek did, which Jews always say after every massacre, nothing to do with anything about genocide. And even says a paragraph and a half later, we're not going to damage any civilians. Civilians should move out of harm's way.
And finally, do you think that it's significant that these tensions with Iran that are currently taking place right now on the Jewish calendar, when so many years ago the Jews experienced a major victory in Persia, and that's really the story of Purim?
Yeah, I'm not one of those people blessed with prophecy, but it's hard to believe that it's completely coincidental. And Purim teaches us to stand proud for who we are, and that in the short run, evil can win, but in the long run, it will be defeated. And just like then, the political leadership of Persia wanted to annihilate the Jewish people, but it turned into one of a peaceful relationship, or the enemies were removed, so too may we see the evil be gone and peace reign between us, the Persian people, and the whole region.
Rabbi Rowe, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome to this special edition of ILTV Security Brief. I'm Kalev Ben David. This week it is something different. We are coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all the latest developments as the war with Iran enters its fifth day. And today did see a dramatic expansion of the war on multiple fronts. Now in Washington, D.C., U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has confirmed that a U.S. submarine attacked and sank an Iranian naval ship off the coast of Sri Lanka. An American sub using a torpedo on an enemy vessel for the first time since World War II. Dramatic footage there. Authorities in Sri Lanka say 180 sailors were aboard the ship. After receiving a distress call, a rescue effort was mounted. 32 sailors who were seriously wounded in the attack were brought to safety. The fate of the rest of the crew is still uncertain at this time. Now, it is possible this ship was the Iris Dena, a destroyer in the Iranian Navy that last month took part in a joint exercise with the Indian Navy in the Bay of Bengal. Well, speaking to reporters, Hegseth had this to say about that incident and the progress of the Iran war.
We are only 4 days into this, and the results have been incredible. Historic, really. Only the United States of America could lead this. Only us. But when you add the Israeli Defense Forces, a devastatingly capable force, the combination is sheer destruction for our radical Islamist Iranian adversaries. They are toast, and they know it. Or at least, soon enough, they will know it. America is winning. Decisively, devastatingly, and without mercy. Under the direct command of President Trump, the War Department unleashed this operation early Saturday morning, just 4 days ago, which means we need to remember two things. First, we are only 4 days into this. Metrics are shifting, dust is settling, and more forces are arriving. It's very early. And as President Trump has said, we will take all the time we need to make sure that we succeed. Yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II.
Historic indeed. Well, here in Israel, air raid sirens rang out several times in the north and central parts of the country. Now, this afternoon, Iran and Hezbollah, for the first time, launched a coordinated missile attack against Israel. Although most were intercepted by air defense systems, missile fragments did crash down at several locations, and at least 2 people suffered light to moderate injuries. Now, this comes as the IDF is pounding both Iranian regime and Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Israel has also issued an unusual and direct threat to Iranian regime officials in Lebanon, warning them to leave the country within 24 hours or face being targeted. IDF spokesperson Colonel Avichai Adrai said the military, quote, will not tolerate any presence of representatives of the Iranian terror regime in Lebanon, adding that after the 24-hour deadline, there will be no safe place for them. Now, Israeli ground troops have been authorized to advance in southern Lebanon in an enhanced forward defense posture to protect communities in the Galilee. And the IDF has warned civilian residents in South Lebanon that they should evacuate north of the Litani River. Meanwhile, the IDF says it carried out a major wave of airstrikes in Tehran over the last 24 hours, targeting dozens of command centers linked to Iran's internal security forces and the Basij militia, which operates under the Revolutionary Guards. Israeli Air Force jets acting on precise intelligence dropped dozens of munitions on facilities used by the regime to maintain control and support operational decision-making. Explosions also reported in other Iranian cities, including Isfahan, Shiraz, and Qom. Now, more military history was apparently made during these attacks. In the skies above Tehran, the IDF says an Israeli Air Force Adir F-35 fighter jet shot down an Iranian-piloted Yak-130 jet. Now, this is the world's first shoot-down of a manned jet in combat ever by an F-35. Now, as Operation Roaring Lion continues in the fifth day, the IDF says the Air Force has dropped more than 4,000 bombs on Iran since the start of the campaign, matching already the total number of munitions used during the entire 12-day war between the countries in last June. IDF spokesman Brigadier General Efi Defrin said that Israeli fighter jets have carried out over 1,600 sorties since the war started on Saturday. And in other war news, NATO says its forces stationed in the Mediterranean Sea today shot down an Iranian ballistic missile after it crossed over Iraq and entered into the airspace of Turkey. Now, this marks the first time that Iran has fired directly at Turkey and the first direct involvement of NATO troops or forces in the war against Iran. Also, the U.S. now reportedly in contact with Kurdish resistance groups in Iran over the possibility of staging an armed uprising in the hope of weakening the regime and helping to eventually overthrow it. Now, Reuters is claiming that the CIA has been in contact with the Kurdish resistance in western Iran, as well as Kurdish militia groups across the border in northern Iraq, discussing whether to provide them with the necessary arms to launch a revolt. The U.S. has worked with Kurdish forces during the Iraq War, as well as the battle against ISIS. Well, let's get back to the situation here in Israel. Israel under fire again today. Our correspondent and anchor, Mayan Hoffman, is in Jerusalem, where the Jewish holiday of Purim is still being celebrated. In the rest of the country, it celebrated yesterday, but today it's Purim. Well, obviously, looking at the gentleman behind you, Mayan. First of all, just before we get to that levity, a little more serious business, just update us on the situation today with the multiple sirens across Israel.
100%. We thought we were getting a quiet day, but ultimately we started to see numerous sirens take place from the afternoon already until recently this evening. Most recently, a siren up north. We're starting to hear preliminary reports of some fragments hitting down in the city of Elad in central Israel and some smoke billowing up in the north. We had today, for the first time, a dual attack, Hezbollah and Iran launching missiles at the same time. In that attempt, there were 5 missiles launched from Hezbollah and 1 from Iran. 2 people were injured in that attack, a man in his 30s who suffered from shrapnel wounds and another person who suffered moderate injuries. Now, one of the things that happened was when the siren went off, it caused a lot of excitement on Highway 6, one of the major highways in Israel, leading to a very dangerous accident. One woman on Highway 6 is in serious condition with multiple systemic wounds. A man in his 30s is also being treated with moderate condition. And there are 2 that were treated at the scene, a result of the siren going off on Highway 6 and people slamming on their brakes. So there have been multiple sirens today, and we were, looking at, we had such a quiet night in central Israel and Jerusalem, but starting about mid-afternoon, the sirens started to heat up, and we're waiting to see when the next one will be.
Well, despite those sirens, obviously the Purim spirit is alive and well in Jerusalem. For our non-Jewish viewers, Purim is you dress up. It's kind of like a Jewish Halloween. What is the situation there in the city during this usually festive holiday?
Yeah, so unfortunately, as you said, we celebrated Purim yesterday throughout the rest of the country. And in the formerly walled cities like Jerusalem, we celebrate what is called Shushan Purim today. However, because of the situation from the home front commands and the constant barrage of rockets, most people are needing to go home and be near their miklats or near their safe rooms. As a result, though, there are a number of home parties, as you're seeing here. It was interesting today. I spent time in the Magen David Dome 101 dispatch center, the underground shelter, where actually those rockets that we spoke about earlier went off. And on the way home, there was actually quite a bit of traffic into Jerusalem because despite regulations by the Ministry of Transportation, reducing buses and the trains running only once an hour to try to keep people out of Jerusalem, it seems that people still wanted to come and to celebrate. So here I am at a home Purim party in Jerusalem, and I wanted to interview some people. You can see all the lovely costumes behind us, Purim music playing in the background. And here I have Morgan. Morgan, how are you doing? Good. So Morgan, how is Purim different for you this year? What does it feel like here in Jerusalem?
It kind of sucked that all the parties had to be canceled last night and whatever. I'm like, hey, we just gotta bring the alcohol here. We have this alcohol, all the presents, and all the candy, all the kids. So let's just have a fun time over here.
And so tell me what you're planning to do with this fun time. What are you expecting if a siren does go off?
I have in my mind 5-second walk down the stairs, about 9 stairs downstairs. It's nice and big. It's for the whole building. So we might fit probably 30, 40 people there. And we'll just bring the alcohol down there, continue the party down there.
So hopefully we won't have any of those fireworks, but certainly it's going to be a fun time for those that are able to celebrate here in Jerusalem. Kalev, back to you.
All right. Mayan, I see the Purim spirit is alive and well there, right behind you, and it's good to see that those festivities in Jerusalem. Purim Sameach, happy Purim to all those revelers in Jerusalem. Thank you, Mayan. May they stay safe as well. And now, joining us for more, we have Reserves IDF Major Avraham Levine, who is joining from the Alma Research and Education Center, joining us from Northern Israel. And from the U.S., we have Dr. Eric Mandel, founder and director of the Mepin Center. Gentlemen, so much going on. Eric, I have to start with you. The U.S. Really expanding the scope of this war. I want to get your reaction to some of this, what heard, especially the U.S. attacking an Iranian ship in international waters. As you heard, Secretary Hegseth says, historic, the first torpedo attack on an enemy ship by the U.S. since World War II.
So there are amazing things happening all the time. The F-35 first dogfight with this ship in international waters, the Navy, which has been basically decimated. But what really stands out to me here is, so we don't get lost in the fog of war, is what's next? And I looked at a headline today of the Wall Street Journal. The first thing that popped up was Israel blowing up Iran police station, clearing the way for a revolt. And so I think of beyond the exciting kinetic things that are happening, I think the things that we really are going to make the most difference if this war is going to accomplish what the president wants and what Israel wants is what is needed for this regime change. And are we going to see any defections? The arming of the separatists, whether it's Kurdish or Azari or Baluch or Turk. Remember, half the country of Iran are minorities. And the targeting of the internal security apparatus, the Bajij and the IRGC, that is continuing all the time. So that I think we need to have the big picture also and not just get lost in the war, which is fantastic that Israel and the United States control the skies, that they are integrated like no two allies since World War II, which is all incredible, but we have to think about what's next. And then the other part here is the political reverberations that are occurring in the United States, why the attack happened. And we had heard from Secretary of State Rubio that it seemed like America dragged Israel dragged America into the war. And it turns out it really was not. That was a fact out of context. It was because Bibi told Trump that there was this meeting that was happening, the supreme leader. Here it was reported that it was the CIA, but it seems that it was really Mossad that did that. And Trump already knew he wanted to attack. He actually wanted to attack the week before, which has not been reported. He did it because of a combination of things, including bad weather. And we knew Trump had given up because Witkoff had told him that the Iranians were boasting that they can make, I think it was 11 nuclear bombs with 460 kilograms of 60% uranium. So the president had laid out the case of why we are here, and that it was partly personal, to restore national honor to the United States after administrations, Republican and Democrat, did nothing when Americans were killed, and to never allow the leading state sponsor of terror to go and to have a nuclear weapon. And people say, why now, beyond all of that? And I think a big part, there was 5 things here that really jump out at me. Don't take your eyes off Pickaxe Mountain near Natanz. It was going to be, and it may be, too deep for one of our massive ordinances to hit. The supersonic missiles that could come, anti-ship missiles that could threaten our carrier groups. The possible delivery of 5th-generation planes from Russia and China to Iran. New surface-to-air missiles, which would get rid of the control of the sky. And also did the ballistic missiles, their plan was very clear, to overwhelm all of CENTCOM defenses, Israeli defenses, and it had to be hit at this point of time. So we are obviously looking at all the important things that are happening. Let's not forget Lebanon also. But we have to remember there is a plan that's going on, and this is not willy-nilly. And maybe later we could talk about the politics of happening in the United States over the War Powers Act.
Yeah, we're going to break down. You covered a lot of ground. We'll go into the specifics of that in a bit. But let's just focus now on one area. In the war, you could say now in the north, in northern Israel, Avram. By the way, some, I should say, breaking news, 2 soldiers receiving moderate to light injuries there from anti-tank fire. Israeli troops now reportedly operating even across the border in South Lebanon. What is Israel's goal here? How far can it go now that Hezbollah took the first shot after repeated warnings from Israel and became part of this bigger conflict? How far can Israel go to deal with the Hezbollah situation in Lebanon?
It almost seems like IDF was waiting for this opportunity. I think Hezbollah has made another strategic mistake. If we look back, obviously October 7th, not joining Hamas was a lucky break for Israel. The fact that they did join on October 8th with rockets and missiles was the second big mistake. And I think now they're giving us a chance to maybe finish off the job. And I'd like to just pick up where Eric started by saying we could do our best from here, from Israel, from the north, and we have patience and we're able to hold on and battle against Hezbollah. But the truth is, we're waiting for the government in Lebanon to get up. We're waiting for them to make their move against Hezbollah. Israel is not trying to take over Lebanon. We're trying to eliminate the threat of Hezbollah and allow Lebanon to get up, stand on their own feet against Hezbollah. And if we take Hezbollah out of the equation, there's a chance for a great border and peace here in the north. But right now, when they're not doing their job, I think we're forced to go to war. We're not going to a ground maneuver and occupying Lebanon. What IDF right now is doing across the border is widening the 5 positions that we've been holding on to since the ceasefire agreement and widening them. We're actually moving left and right, not forward into Lebanon yet. And there's many steps to come. But I think as Eric started, we're definitely winning. We see a declining effort from Iran in the past 2 days, much lower than the first 2 days of the war. And we see a declining effort by Hezbollah trying to shoot UAVs, to send UAVs and make some kind of a last effort. But I think they're declining. And I think this is the time to actually pressure again and again, more and more, until we really reach the level that Hezbollah is out of the equation completely.
All right. Well, certainly that also depends on what happens to their sponsor, the Iranian regime. Eric, I want to get back to you, and you wanted to discuss somewhat of the broader political dimensions of the war. And I want to also maybe doing it in the context, there were some things you talked about using, say, the U.S. using, say, these proxy forces in Lebanon, in Iran, like the Kurds, like the Azeris, the Baluchi forces. The fact that there are nuclear sites that maybe can't be destroyed, but they all suggest that at some point they're going to need to be some kind of, let's call it boots on the ground, not maybe American boots, but somebody's boots on the ground to affect regime change. And is that the political will, if it extends to that kind of conflict there in the U.S.? Can President Trump stand up to the political pressures that may be brought upon him?
So, at least historically, we don't believe that without armed, I'll say, protesters or separatists, it would be very hard to, no matter how much Israel degrades the security apparatus, without they being armed and fighting back. And we know that the peripheral minorities do have arms, that in a true revolt and a revolution, and hopefully not just regime collapse, but a regime change to the positive could happen. So I was actually very surprised when I heard the president publicly state that he's been in touch with Iranian Kurds. I actually have met with Iranian Kurds in Kurdistan and Iraq years past, and they certainly don't want to be controlled by this regime. They have the regime in particular has persecuted the minorities. So that's one. So now the president has all these things. Now he's talking about arming, maybe, I hope, arming separatists, because if we're this deep into this war, we should not be holding back. And we should be trying to help the protesters fight back once we degrade the IRGC and the Bajis, whether Israel, the United States, or in combination. So what's going on here? Reflexively, the Democrats have basically said, we want to bring this for a vote for the War Powers Act, which is a law that's many decades old that says Congress has to be asked to have a war, give their permission, and it's obviously part of the original Constitution. But that's a misreading, however you feel about this war, of the War Powers Act. The president has 60 days, really, as the executive, to do anything he wants before he has to or should bring it before Congress, which in theory would be after this mission is over. I happen to believe that there's going to be kinetic actions after those 2 months. So the president is dealing with politics right now, primarily the Democrats, but you definitely hear it from the anti-Israel and many anti-Semitic actions and statements coming from the hard right of the Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Nick Fuentes type of wing of the party. Overall, the Republicans are standing with the president, and there are a few Democrats who are. There's probably about 20 Democratic congressmen who are doing this, and probably the lone congressman is senator who's there is Senator Fetterman. But I was very surprised when I saw coming out of a classified meeting in Washington, the head of the ranking member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Senator Warner, immediately gave the classified information, saying that Rubio had said that Israel pushed us into this war, which was not facts and context.
Right. Avram, I want to go back to, again, the broader issue of these, because now it looks like maybe the U.S. will be turning to proxies against Iran. You mentioned Hezbollah. Of course, Israel is degrading and the U.S. degrading Iran's ballistic missile capability, its nuclear capability. But of course, it has these proxies across the region, most prominently Hezbollah, but there's also the Houthis, the Shiite militias in Iraq and their terror network. How much of that is dependent on the regime taking place? If the regime falls, is that the end of Hezbollah and some of these other proxies?
Well, obviously, they all rely on the regime in Iran. But on the other hand, Hezbollah today, a wounded animal, in my opinion, trying to save face and take part in this maybe last battle they can, still has maybe 25,000 rockets. The Houthis still have many missiles and rockets. The Shiite militias in Iraq and they can definitely join the battle. And maybe planned by Iran are a slow build and not waiting for a knockout from the Iran side, because obviously they didn't come into play yet. But Hezbollah has and is paying the price for that. I hope we seize the opportunity with Hezbollah, but we'll have to do the same with the Houthis, with the militias in Iraq. It's not an immediate thing that if the regime falls now, then we solved all the problems. We still have the proxies surrounding us, and there's a long way to go. So I'd say we haven't won, we're winning.
All right. As you say, this is clearly not going to be a short war or a localized war. As we say, it now has international, even global dimensions. And this is still, maybe it's, as Winston Churchill said, it's not the beginning of the end, but perhaps we're at the end of the beginning. Dr. Eric Mandel and Avram Levine, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, as we heard from both of those analysts, a lot of this, the conflict depends really on what's happening in Iran, what's happening with the Iranian people. Will they reach a point, for example, how weak is the regime, how ready are the Iranian people or not to stand up to it? Well, joining us now is an Iranian activist, Shada Rabari. She, like many activists outside of Iran, prefers not to give her location. We could say somewhere in Europe. And Shada, first of all, let me give you, what are you hearing, if anything, from Iran right now about the situation, how the people are feeling in the midst of this war and seeing what is unfolding there across the country?
Thanks for having me. Actually, we are currently living through the most consequential hours in modern history. You know, the death of Ali Khamenei isn't just a violence. It is a total decapitation of the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. You know, but let me be clear. You know, the job is not finished yet. While the head of the state is gone, but the IRGC's criminal remnants are still desperately planning to cover. The Iranian people, you know, they're ready to come back to the streets. They're risking everything to reclaim the flag and the future. And today, you know, in these days, we are at the finish line of a 48-year marathon of blood and tears, and with the continued decisive support of the United States and Israel, you know, we are about to witness the formal birth of a free, secular, democratic Iran. The era of mullahs is over, and the era of the people has begun. But actually, you know, about what's happening in Iran, the sense coming out of Iran are breathtaking. You know, despite the ongoing strikes and the remnants of the regime's security forces, the wall of fear has completely evaporated, and people aren't just celebrating; they are organizing. You know, they're ready for reclaiming their neighborhoods. For decades, you know, the terrorist Islamic regime was told that Iranians aren't too Western, but look at them now. You know, they're waving the lion and sun flag. They're tanking the international coalition. They are tanking Israel, United States, and IDF specifically, and they're shouting that you know, they want their country back. This is a national rebirth, and in its purest form. You know, every missile that hits command center is seen by Iranian as a firework of liberation. They know that they know that this temporary chaos is the necessary birth pangs of a long, vital freedom.
Right. Shada, let me ask you, the Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, is dead. Iran is in the leadership, the regime supposedly choosing a new leader. Some speculation is over the appointment of his son, Mojtaba Khamenei. What kind of signal do you think that would send to the regime if they would pick Khamenei's son? How would the Iranian people, we know how they reacted to the death of his father, how would they react, or what is your reaction to the fact that his son may take over his role as a supreme leader?
In my view, it means he's the next target. And yeah, I don't think so. Actually, more than 2 days, he can be next supreme leader. But yeah, there is a profound sense of gratitude toward the United States and Israel right now. For years, the Iranian people felt offended by words diplomacy, but these surgical strikes against the IRGC and terrorist Islamic regime infrastructure have done what decades of talk couldn't. This is the definition of a humanitarian intervention, and yeah, and to the critics, I just want to say, look at mothers of the executed protesters, who are finally smiling. We don't want a long drawn out conflict. We want a coalition to keep the pressure on until the last IRGC base surrenders. And every hour that the Israel and the United States stand firm against these terrorists saved thousands of Iranian lives, and we are ready to, be Israel's most reliable ally in the region. But the first, we must finish the liberation together. And now the only thing I have to say, just yeah, people, they are celebrating and they're looking for end of this regime. And I think Moshtaba Khamenei is the next target of the IDF and United States Army. And yeah.
Right. Shada, let me ask you, what you mentioned the critics of this war, and I have seen many Iranian activists like yourself and others responding to those who say, well, this is a war just being done for the benefit solely of Israel, or primarily for the solely of Israel, and that whatever regime follows will just be an imperialist puppet. And almost in a sense, some of them in some Western circles even coming to defense of the regime, of people like the Ayatollah Khamenei. What do you have to say to those people, to those voices on social media, some even in the streets and certainly in the media too?
Yeah, actually, in this revolution, revolution, actually, so many people, actually more than 30,000 people got killed by the brutal Islamic regime. And our people, actually, we are here in London demanding for help from Israel and America. I mentioned here again, exactly in your program last week. We are demanding for help. We are demanding for help from Israel and America. And now our people are celebrating inside Iran. You can actually, I told you actually, look at the mothers of the executed protester who are finally smiling. And yeah, and I just want to mention something. I think mosques in Iran, there should be target as well. Mosques in Iran right now, these are not place for worship or spiritualism. Now most of the tourists actually, most of the tourists of this regime gathering in mosques, and we are Iranian people. We are willing to all of the mosques inside Iran actually by target by United States and America as well. And yeah, this is Iranian people know.
Right.
This is fight for liberation, and just for the end, I just want to mention something. Sorry. I just want to mention something. Just free Iran changes everything for Israel, for the West, for the world. And once this regime is fully collapsed, the oxygen for Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis disappears, and the world becomes safe. We are ready to tear down the walls of isolation and join the Kurosh Accords. Iranian people are ready for that moment, and yeah, we are at the gate of a new Iran, and we are not turning back until every last vestige of regime is gone. And thank you for standing with us at this historical turning point. And I just want to say happy Purim to all of the Jews all around the world, and Am Israel Chai.
Okay, Shader Rabari, thank you so much, and hopefully you will see a free Iran in the near future. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Now, as we said, that this is a day of many military firsts and some really historic events unfolding. Well, joining us to break those down, we have David Makovsky from the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, and here in Israel, retired Brigadier General Amir Avivi of the IDSF, also known as Habitchonistim here in Israel. David, I just want to start with you. A dramatic escalation in the war today. We earlier showed a clip of Secretary of War Hegseth talking about the first U.S. torpedo attack on an enemy ship since World War II. I want to get your reaction to that and what you think the reaction is going to be to the extension of this war, really now almost into kind of a global conflict stretching from Turkey to the Indian Ocean in the waters off of Sri Lanka.
Yeah, well, thank you. Always glad to be with you. And I look, I think when the historians write about this war, they will look at the major blunder that the Iranians did. They thought they had the levers on Trump with the Gulf states, and Kalev, I think that was a huge miscalculation. They thought Trump listens to three people. The MBS, Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Zayed of the United Arab Emirates, the Emir of Qatar, all for their fabulous wealth. And they will force Trump to force a halt to this war. But this ended up enraging them to be attacked. Qatar, as you know very well, has been, as the world knows, has been, trying to prevent this war and often taking Iran's side. And even they were struck, and the Emirates have taken it the most. So you're right about it. It's a widening war, but I would argue that Iran is increasingly isolated in this region, and not to mention that the Chinese, the Russians, they haven't come to Iran's side in any meaningful way. And I think Iran has deepened its own isolation by making a really major blunder.
All right, we'll break that down a little more. Amir, also a historic day for the Israeli military. Tremendous success for the Israel Air Force there in Tehran. And of course, the first time an F-35 jet in a combat situation shooting down an enemy plane. But what does the Israeli military, the U.S. military need to do further to strike, let's say, a decisive blow that would at least achieve the aim not just of taking out Iran's military and nuclear capabilities, but potentially paving the way for regime change?
Yeah, definitely. This is the goal. Regime change and unconditional surrender of this regime. And there are tens of thousands of targets that have been analyzed and divided between Israel and the US. We are just 4 days into the war, and we're achieving complete air dominance over Iranian skies. And the moment we do so, and we're doing so, we're moving from acting standoff to stand in. And this is a completely different ballgame. Once the planes are flying over Iranian sky, you can shoot endless amount of capabilities on them from much closer. The pace in which we're destroying the capabilities is unbelievable. It's amazing. We're talking about 86% of the ballistic missile capability has been destroyed. Multiple bases of the Revolutionary Guards, the Basij forces, all the main headquarters of the regime. The whole Navy has been sunk. 17 ships are deep in the bottom of the sea. So this regime is being dismantled and destroyed at an amazing pace. And now it's just going to enhance dramatically. And as the regime is getting desperate, they push really hard Hezbollah to join the fight. And Hezbollah did this mistake and joined. And Israel has been preparing decisive plans against Hezbollah. We were waiting for this moment. And now Israel launched a big attack on Hezbollah. And I think that in the coming weeks, we'll see really both Iran, Hezbollah, maybe the Houthis, if they will join, really being defeated militarily. And then the big issue is, okay, how do you do a regime change? And to do so, you need the people of Iran. You need to mobilize them.
All right. Well, we'll talk about it a little that more. I want to go back to you, David. I know that at the Washington Institute, over the years, you've been worked with and have been in close contact with policymakers in some of those Gulf countries. As you said, Iran making perhaps a historic mistake in targeting even countries we thought of as allies of the Iranian regime, Qatar and countries like Oman that have tried to negotiate on their behalf. Now we see Iran lashing out at them. There's talk of even countries like Qatar and Saudi Arabia taking military action. Where do you see the lasting impact? Could we see a real sort of policy change by some of these countries developing in the Gulf as a result of Iran's reckless actions?
Yeah, I think this is one of the biggest questions, and I think it's got one of the biggest hopes attached to that question, is that these are countries that basically have been hedging their bets. I think the shift began with the Emirates and the Saudis in many ways in 2019 with the Aramco strike of the Iranians on one of the biggest oil production facilities in Saudi Arabia, and a belief that the United States did not respond. So, going to the Gulf many times, I kept hearing from them, well, if America isn't going to defend our friends, we've got to, hedge our bets and cover ourselves and reach out to the Iranians. And what they're seeing is that when the U.S. is very steadfast and is willing to intervene on behalf of its allies,
all right, I'm sorry, David, we may have some kind of technical issue there. Amir, I want to go back to you, maybe following up. Oh, I'm sorry. Now we're back with David. Yep. Go ahead, David.
Sorry. Did I lose you? My point is that I think we saw a shift in the Iran to Iran and to.
All right, we are having some trouble with David's connection. We'll work on that. Amir, let me follow up on that. Are there opportunities for Israel here with the potential of regime change in Iran, or even if there isn't, just with what has been developed in this war, these Iranian attacks against countries like Qatar, which for answer Israel has seen as a traditionally an antagonist, certainly in recent decades. By the way, seeing now apparently an Iranian attack against Turkey, are there strategic opportunities being opened in this war, even beyond simply getting rid of the Iranian regime?
So definitely, one of the questions I get asked is, this Gulf states, they were always very afraid of Iran, and therefore this was a good base for normalization. And the Abraham Accords, part of the idea of the Abraham Accords is really this alliance with Israel and the US against Iran. So the question was, if the Iranians, fall, there is a change of regime, what motivation will these countries have to normalize relations? And of course they will have, because the US is, creating really an hegemonic dominance in the Middle East and beyond. Everybody wants to be on the side of the winners. And when they see Israel and US and they see what we're able to do together, they want to be part of this. And this connects to the visit of the Prime Minister of India, and the understanding that we're going to build a huge alliance, Western, moderate, Sunni, Indian, and beyond alliance all the way to Indonesia. And we are going to open new routes of trade and bring a lot of prosperity to the region. And I can tell you that all these countries that are being shot now by Iran, they are following Israel and asking for technologies and capabilities, and they understand that they need this alliance. So following the war, not only we probably have peace with Iran, and we'll have many peace agreements that are going to come in the region, and bringing down the Iranian regime will impact Lebanon, Yemen, many other places. We are expecting to see also the proxies falling together with Iran.
Yeah, we'll talk about that more, but you can be sure some of those countries in the Gulf are probably sorry right now they did not purchase or try to purchase Israel's air defense systems, and whether it'll be made public afterward, I can imagine that there's going to be brisk sales of those in the Gulf. Let me go back to David, if you're with us, David. Very interesting also report coming out today about the U.S., specifically the CIA, being in contact with Kurdish resistance groups inside Iran, as well as the Kurdish militias in northern Iraq, which the U.S. has open, sort of relations and close ties with, and in a sense using these as its own sort of U.S. proxy forces to effect a revolt, weaken the Iranian regime, maybe create an opportunity for the Iranian people. But America's history of working through proxy groups has been a little sketchy, sometimes successful, sometimes not so much. How do you see this playing out? And again, how do you see what role the Kurds, as well as other groups, the Azeris, the Baluchis, other these groups in Iran might play?
All right, thank you. And I'm sorry for the technical problems on my side, Kalev. Look, I think on this one, to me, this is one of the parts of the war that is I'm the most concerned about, worried about. This is a little bit playing with fire. At the end of the day, what you don't want is Iranians to say what they really want to do, the Americans and the Israelis, is dismember the Iranian state by arming separatist groups. And, the strong, the kind of the high ground of the US and Israel is we're helping the protesters in Iran who have been, suffering under this brutal, barbaric regime. If you are seen as helping Baluchis separately and Azeris and Kurds, I worry about feeding the narrative that this is about dismembering the state. It's about a brutal regime, but not about the state. And that's a key distinction. And I think that you got to be really careful on this one. And I'd say of all the parts of the regime of the war, this part is for me is one of the most concerning ones, because I think it could be turned around against the U.S. and Israel, and I would not like to see that happen when so many good things are happening by the Americans and the Israelis in prosecuting this war. This is I worry is America and Israel's Achilles heel.
All right. Well, Amir could also respond to that, but I also want you, Amir, to follow through on your question about Iranian proxies and the opportunities if the regime falls. And Israel's at war now with Hezbollah. There's also the Houthis, as you suggested, but also the elements in the Palestinian terror movement, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hamas and others, how they may be impacted not only even if the regime falls, but as it becomes weakened.
Yeah, definitely. The moment the regime doesn't fund them, and the Iranians have been funding terror in Gaza and also in Judea and Samaria. And obviously, when they cannot fund, and if they fall, this will impact everything, even inside Israel and Gaza. We didn't forget about Hamas. Hamas is still controlling half of the Gaza Strip. The IDF prepared a decisive plan to destroy Hamas. And when we finish with Iran and Hezbollah and possibly the Houthis, we are going back to Gaza and finishing the job also in Gaza. Israel is ready to do so. If the Hamas is not going to lay down the weapons as they agreed to, if Gaza is not going to be demilitarized, the IDF will do it eventually. If we're not afraid to fight in Iran, it's not the Hamas that we are going to be deterred from. It's just a matter of time. Now the priority is Iran, it's Hezbollah, but there will be a moment where we'll deal also with Hamas.
And David, let's turn to Washington itself and the political environment that President Trump is operating in. I think he's to some degree surprised us all with his steadfastness, and at least the core of his party is behind him. But there are certainly the Democrats who are going to be introducing the debate on this war powers resolution next week. And even elements in his own coalition, his MAGA coalition, isolationists are not happy about what's happening with this. And even some members of his own administration, maybe behind closed doors at this stage. But does he have the political room to operate more or less freely for what he himself says is a war that could last 3-4 weeks.
Yeah, Hegseth now, I think today said it could go on for 6 to 8 weeks. But he has to show that Kalev, that he is not going to engage like George W. Bush. This is how he remade the Republican Party. No open-ended conflict, no nation building. And I think, nothing succeeds in Washington like success. I remember, all the MAGA concerns on the eve of the 12 days war. But with the war going only 12 days and the B-2 bomber, Trump did very well in polls after the war. The question is, this is far more complex than his, what I would call one and done approach until now. Baghdadi, when he killed Baghdadi of ISIS, Soleimani of the Al-Quds forces of the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, the B-2, Maduro in Venezuela. This is a fundamentally different order of magnitude. And can he keep sustaining the narrative? It is interesting. On one hand, Kalev, he gives different rationales for his objectives in the war. And part of that is Trump being Trump and always want to go maximalist, believing he could always negotiate downward from there. And he doesn't want to get too tied into something because he wants to be able to declare victory when it's over. But he has to sustain a narrative that this is successful and not open-ended. As you say, this is basically horseshoe politics we're seeing in America that we have not seen before, where that the hard left and the hard right are not that far apart in terms of the horseshoe. They have different rationales, different critiques, but Trump has held it, and he's pushed back on the Tucker Carlsons of this world and Megyn Kelly's and people like that. And he says, "You're MAGA. I founded MAGA," and I think people will stick with him, but he's going to have to keep showing that this is not open-ended. This isn't Bush's Iraq war. And that means no boots on the ground. It'll have its unique set of requirements. I think he'll carry it if he can sustain the current momentum. But if he loses momentum and suddenly also there's a ton of casualties in terms of American servicemen or, lots of Iranian people are killed or something like that, it could be choppier waters. But so far, he's riding high. But, it should be said, the public still hasn't been supportive overall because he has not gone to the airwaves. He's not going on the Sunday talk shows. He's not laying out the case. Rubio's a very effective spokesman, but I don't think he's used them enough. So how these next couple of weeks play out, I think will determine whether he can carry the broad middle in the United States.
All right. Well, that I think is going to certainly be key because President Trump is the one who is calling the shots, basically, in this conflict. Really, it all depends. It all comes down with all that great within both the great military might of Israel, the smart military might. The great military might of the U.S. and the smart military might of Israel. It really comes down to the willpower of President Trump to continue this fight to the end. David Makovsky and Amir Avivi, thank you for joining us on ILTV. Now, Israel was preparing to gradually reopen its airspace tonight, in fact, Wednesday into Thursday, in order to begin bringing home tens of thousands of Israelis stranded abroad. Now, under the emerging plan, Ben Gurion Airport will operate 24 hours a day and reopen in a controlled, phased manner. El Al has arranged special rescue flights from 22 locations in North America, Europe, and Asia to shuttle Israelis back home. In the first stage of the repatriation operation, 1 passenger aircraft per hour will be permitted to land. In the second stage, 2 aircraft per hour will be allowed, subject to security and operational conditions. Now, the smaller Israeli carrier Archaeology is also going to operate flights from European locations to the Taba airport in Egypt Sinai. That's close to Israel's southernmost border crossing in Eilat. However, we do have an update. Just in the last hour, there is a official government announcement from Israel. It's actually reconsidering or reevaluating the decision to reopen the airspace in Israel this evening due to, of course, the heavy fire that's come in, especially from Hezbollah in the north. Well, one of those tens of thousands of Israelis who are stranded abroad currently is ILTV correspondent and anchor India Naftali. And India, I hope you make it back here, but as you hear, the situation is a little iffy right now. I mean, how are you feeling about that? Have you any updates? Have been in contact with El Al at all about, for example, the plans for yourself to come back?
Well, that's right, Kalev. It's been a very murky situation. We're not really sure what's going on. We were told that we should expect WhatsApp messages from El Al to rebook our flights. But like you said, with the incoming fire, things can change at any minute. Things can move. And, that's why me personally, I haven't been keeping my hopes up. Obviously, I'm doing everything possible to get back. I'm going to be on one of those El Al rescue flights. Thank goodness that I chose to fly El Al, because otherwise I'm not sure that I would be getting back anytime soon. But like you said, Israel had okayed plans. Now they're reconsidering, and I would totally understand that. They did tell us that those plans are subject to security measures. So I understand that things can change. Under this plan, they were expecting to be able to bring back around 10,000 people a day. That's quite a lot. There's some 100,000 Israelis stranded abroad. So we were hoping that this is going to happen. But Trump did say, as you just mentioned, Kalev, this war could be up to 4 weeks. There are Israelis who I have family to stay with, but there are people who don't. So it's I wonder what the government, if they have plans to be able to compensate Israelis who are paying their own way through accommodation or even helping put them up in places. If they don't have anywhere to stay, that will be really interesting. If Miri Regev, the transportation minister, will address that. They were planning to bring back these aircrafts, like you said, for the first 24 hours, 200 passengers for every hour, and they were planning to increase that. I do think that they will be able to quickly get this situation under control. Kalev, since the first day of the war, it's been a drop of 86% of missiles entering into Israel's airspace. That drop shows that day by day, Iran is losing, and its proxies are losing their steam ahead. And so I believe that whether it's today, tonight, tomorrow, within the few days, this Ben Gurion reopening is bound to happen. It's just a matter of today or within 3 days or 5 days. That's my guess.
Right. Of course, that's true what you said, that we had seen that drop in launches from Iran. But as I said before, Hezbollah is now stepping up its launches. We've not seen some of the other Iranian proxies, the Houthis, for example, get involved. That could always be a factor, and Iran widening it. As you mentioned before, tens of thousands of Israelis stuck abroad, trying desperately to get back in a war zone. Maybe just from a personal perspective, how is it for you being stuck there in the U.S., seeing what's on the news and what you're hearing, the discourse that you're hearing in the U.S. Over the war? There's sometimes heated discourse, increasingly heated discourse in the U.S. over this conflict.
Well, first of all, as your guests were just talking about this debate, a Reuters poll came out, a Reuters Ipsos poll came out and said that only 1 in 4 Americans support this strike. And I think that has to do a lot with the stain on American psyche of this previous wars in the Middle East, in Afghanistan, in Iraq. And I think President Trump has a lot of PR work to do to let the American public know that this is not just another Middle Eastern war, but this is the war to end all wars. Kalev, if and I won't even say if, when Iran is toppled, people don't understand that this being the source of so many conflicts in the Middle East, this would truly be the war to end all wars. But I don't believe Americans right now are understanding that. And that's exactly how I feel. Personally, I would do anything to get back. Most of the attacks happening to Israel are through the air. So I do believe and trust in Israel's missile interception systems. We know from past conflicts, There's been an interception rate of 85 to 90%. So me going back, I have no fear to be in Israel with you all. And I'm really hoping to be able to get back because I trust that Israel puts its security and its citizens first.
Well, we are hoping for you to get back as soon as possible. India Naftali, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Kalev.
And now, finally, a message from one of our sponsors. As the conflict with Iran enters a dangerous new phase, Israel and the U.S. remain united on the front lines in this fight for freedom. Now, since the fight began, Iran has unleashed hundreds of missiles and drones at the Holy Land. A missile strike in Beit Shemesh killed 9 Israelis and destroyed a synagogue. Impacts across Israel have left families devastated and hundreds displaced. Millions of Israelis are sheltering under a national state of an emergency. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews has been preparing for this moment and is on the ground right now. Reinforced mobile bomb shelters are being deployed. Underground hospitals, emergency operating rooms, and first response teams are being stocked with life-saving medical supplies and protective gear. Nourishing food and baby supplies are being provided to displaced families. In this critical hour, your support helps protect Israel's most vulnerable and stand firmly for freedom and faith. Stand for Israel, stand for freedom. Give generously today. To rush your gift, call 888-488-IFCJ. That's 888-488-IFCJ, or go online at ifcj.org. And keep in mind to be generous. And that is a wrap for this special edition of ILTV Security Brief. I want to thank you all for joining us and all for the support that you've given watching ILTV as we try to bring you the latest news here out of Israel in this time of war. Thank you for all of that. I'm Caleb Ben David, and take care and stay safe.
When I went to Chicago, death threats. I mean, it was just really intense. We go back to Chicago. Hassan Piker's there. Hassan Piker made a video. I go to Hassan Piker's thing. I get kicked out. We go to my show. Like, it's dramatic. Then we sell all these tickets. I rent out a theater to show the film, and it's going to be a film within a film. Now, all of a sudden, they call us and say, we have to take your name off the marquee. We have to take your name. We have to refund all the tickets, and we had to find a new theater. So I said, you guys are crushed because we're documenting this right now.
Did the theater give you a reason why they were canceling you?
Because of security concerns. So we said, hey, we'll bring our own security. They said, we don't trust it.
Welcome to The Nosh here on ILTV with Kosha Dills over here. Kosha, thank you so much for joining me here in studio in Israel.
Yeah, here we are, man.
Here
The Nosh.
we are. The Nosh with Kosha Dills. Kosha, okay, let's just go right into it because there's so much to talk to you about. You have so much going on. But first of all, there's so many people who know you from MTV Wild and Out. How was that your experience being on Wild and Out? What you go through? And then I just got to find out a little bit about you as a Jew on Wild and Out, that experience as well.
Oh, well, Wild and Out's still on.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, just had a new episode come out last week. New season's out now. Check it out. VH1. I guess it's MTV and VH1 and BET. It's all those things in Viacom. So when I auditioned for Wild and Out, I was sort of like, all right, I'm like going to be the, everyone sort of fits into a little category. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to be the bald guy. And then I was like, trying out, I'm like, all right. And then I'm like, man, I was going to go with a hat. And then I was like, all right, let me put, they didn't really grab what Kosha Dills was because, mind you, we're recording in Georgia. A lot of people from the South. A lot of people aren't from New York. And believe it or not, guys, a lot of people aren't from New York.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
Well, people just don't understand the New York Jewish humor. And when I threw this yarmulke on, and I was like, all right, I'm going to be Kosha Dills. And they were like, oh, I get it now. And then I sort of like grew into this character a little bit more, being more Jewish on a show. And then ultimately, you just have to be great. You have to just be great. Raps, great jokes, and the show's a rapping show, so every show you're doing rap battles and then you're doing comedy, and that was sort of my specialty, is like, the sleeper of the rap battles, and they have the best battle rappers in the world on the show, and it's driven me to do more comedy. I mean, the best people come from Wild and Out. Matt Rife, I did a show with him, Cat Williams, Kevin Hart, Pete Davidson came from there, and before, you know, so it's really a start for a lot of famous people, and just getting to do shows with people that you would never, ever do something. And it's really a highly respected television show, one of the longest running shows on MTV ever.
Seriously?
And also one of the longest running black television shows, period, besides the Cosby Show. He is not in good social standing right now.
Let's not go there.
No. So, you know, to be part of it is great. And also just being recognized in like that world and in the Jewish world, totally like two things. And learning how many Jewish people watch Wild 'N Out.
What, you didn't expect that?
Well, if you go watch, if you go to a Wild 'N Out show, like we did the Barclays Center, and Rick Ross is performing, and it's like right before Yom Kippur, and it's all black crowd live. But I can't tell you how many people secretly watch Wild 'N Out as like a secret pleasure, and it'll be like some really, really, really from guy from like, I love you on Wild 'N Out. Or they'll say "wild in out," just like you. You're like wilding out. Like it's not wilding, wilden. It's wilding out.
So let me ask you this: you put the yarmulke on. Comments, feedback. Anybody give you any issues with the yarmulke? Did you feel any anti-Semitism? Did you feel anything different?
No.
You got full respect.
And also I sort of embrace my Jewishness as like a stylistic thing. So whether I have like a necklace or I have on the back of my shirt, everyone has, you could get your name embroidered essentially. Like every show there's someone, just like, you know, you come to a show, there's makeup. Every show there'll be like, you know, kosher dills on the back, and maybe you have, you know, New Jersey or like, you know, this place, that place. So I get to put a chai, and then I gave them a chai. So the back of my shirts for Wild 'N Out, the designs are always a chai.
Well, I do have to say, because you're talking about you could have whatever you want on your shirt, you do have some of the best swag. I don't know who designs it for you, where you come up from it, but you do have some of the best swag. I got to give you credit on that.
Thank you. Merch is an amazing thing. So merch, you know, listen, you could be way more popular than me. You could be way more popular than anybody, right? You could have 1 million followers, but if you have cool merch, someone with 1 million followers could think a person with 100 followers is cool. And that's what I always took when I was designing clothing. I was always into fashion, but not knowing much about fashion. I'll look at a popular sign like Dunkin' Donuts or White Castle, and then I'll be like, "What? How many letters is that?" Chris, you know, can I change it to kosher dills? Can I change it to something funny and Jewish? And
very cute.
And like Schweppes, you know, I made it Schleps, and like people love that because we live in a society, but people can't have a conversation, and you see something that provokes a conversation and provokes like an emotion. That's good merch. And
let's talk about those conversations, because also I know in the past few years you've been going to a lot of I'm not sure if you want to call them rallies or protests, whether they were Jewish, anti-Jewish,
social
experiments, or you having a social experiment.
Yeah.
You've been going to a lot of these rallies and engaging people, discussing, talking. Give me some of those experiences. Talk to me. First of all, what made you go do that?
So it was on October 7th, I wrote a song called Bring the Family Home. That was the first thing. I was playing a music festival. Someone was yelling, you know, Free Palestine. And mind you, this person was always yelling Free Palestine. I was performing. And I was just, the whole day, I was just glued to my phone. And I don't post on Shabbat. And I was like, all right, I'm like looking at I couldn't stop looking. And so I scheduled a studio session. I made this song, Bring the Family Home. It comes out in about a week and a half later. And that's usually what I do. Is something bad happens, I make a song. I'm sort of like a reactionary artist, right? And a world event happens, I make the song. I performed this song at an event in Queens probably. And my buddy Alan, shout out to Alan Schindelman. He's an amazing photographer. And he's like, yo, would you want to go make some videos? And somebody wants to go up to Columbia. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. Like let's do some photos. Let's just do some stuff.
You're not scared about going to the Lions then?
But this is like in a week. It's like 10 days into the war, you know. And I decided to go. I was like, sure, let's go. And we shoot one interview. We go around, shoot another interview. People are putting up some posters, and this is I took some hostage posters, put them up, and someone tried to rip it down right in front of me. And so we post this video, and it gets like, you know, I chased a guy down and it's like some Larry David music, Curb Your Enthusiasm, and then like the video gets like 500,000 views on TikTok. And I'm like, oh my God. And just like the week before, I did a video with this page called Channel 5, this dude, Andrew Callahan. And he knew me from rapping outside this event called Complex Con. He's like, we're going to go to a Palestine-Israel rally in L.A. And I helped him meet like up with some rabbis, and because he'll jump on something right away. Like right after Charlie Kirk got assassinated, he interviewed the last kid that was talking to him at the time. So he's really well known in like these sort of fringe independent journalism circles, and he knows me because I was rapping. And this woman walked off. She walked off a interview where I asked her about what's up with Gaza, Hamas. She's like, you're asking the wrong questions, and walked off the interview. And the entire comment section was, why did she walk off the interview? Like, wow, why would she do that? Why couldn't she answer the question? And that sort of sparked, it got 1 million views, and it sort of randomly sparked this entire new like man on the street content idea that we see repeated and repeated over again by so many different pages now. But at that time, no one was really doing that. And I was actually going to the protests, trying to do interviews with like television stations because they were interviewing all the. So I was like, let me be the opposing voice at the anti-Israel rally, because this is like 5 days. I mean, we haven't even at that point entered into Gaza. So it became like a fluke. Like I did the day we went to Columbia University, plus that interview. I did maybe 5 interviews. Randomly met a kid whose two family members were held hostage.
Oh, wow.
Maya Rega. This was randomly in the streets of New York. And what were the chances? He just walked up to us. And every one of those interviews just got over 1 million views. And I never did interviews before.
Nothing.
So, never. So it was a complete fluke, because my main thing was I ended up at that event with Alan because I performed a song, that people knew I made. And they're like, hey, do you want to, perform at this event? There was a Nova survivor there named Natalie who was from Long Island, and she had happened to be like already back in the U.S. speaking, and already like going. She was going to speak at certain places already, where people were not really meeting any Nova survivors at this time, and that really sparked a series of interviews that I started doing interviews.
But a lot of these interviews, especially when you're at Columbia or other protests. Did you ever feel scared? Did you feel unsafe? You're going in and literally just wanting to have dialogue, conversation. You're not really even going in saying, something so controversial. You want to try and bring people together. And I know that's what you do a lot, but yet, how were you received?
Well, I kind of have like people will say my style of approach in interviews is like, hey, you're really chill. And
like right now,
yeah, the idea is I'm not going in there and being provocative. It's sort of, I guess some people will call it trolling, but if you said like the world was ending, I'd probably speak in the same tone. I wouldn't be like, oh my God, the world, So I'm going about to people, and me being less loud makes other people louder. Does it make sense? So some people would start freaking out, and I'm like, well, why are you freaking out? I don't know what else. And then they would just progressively like talk themselves into circles. And there's a classic interview that I went in. It was a Palestinian guy, and this was a random occurrence. And this guy ended up, becoming like very anti-Israel and doing a lot of provocative stuff. But I asked him, he's like, where are you from? And I said, my family's from Kiryat Tivon. I was like, yeah. He's like, you don't sound like you're from here. I'm Palestinian. You sound like you're American. And the irony in the comment section is that guy sounds like he's not from there. So that sparked like, just by going out and having conversations, you were sort of unaware that there was a special power in going out to have conversation, because people are afraid to actually have conversation. But secretly, what people don't not know about me is that I've been going to like anti-Israel protests and Israel rallies since like 2007. Like I would love to go to, this is before social media kind of became a thing. And I remember in 2021 going live on Instagram at like an anti-Israel rally sort of by Grand Central Station, and noticing that like 60 people had come into Instagram Live, and Instagram Live, I would get like 5 people. So I realized that this was a thing that people wanted to see, and on TikTok, and that these little clips that people were, it seems very scary, but once you're there and you say hi to everyone, but what we don't realize for people that are scared of going to these events is that people there are having a great time there, just like we have a great time at the Israel parade on Fifth Avenue. So we're living in two different realities.
Different. It might be a parallel world.
Yeah, but we are living in two different realities. It definitely is a little bit different, because that reality is based on saying that we're the bad guy when we're going and we're saying we're celebrating our life, and they're saying that we're responsible for all their death. So, but it becomes like a community, right? And there's different communities. So if you start saying hi to people, I would just go start saying hi to people, and next thing you know, everyone's like waving to me, and they had, blue and white flags with swastikas on them, and you're like hi, with the whole families and everything. And I'm like, okay, this is just what this is, and here I am here, and I'm going in it. And in certain places,
when you say it is what it is, do you feel that they don't have the facts? Do you feel there's underlying racism, hatred? This can't be normal to come out against a people, a country, in a moral society where we were brought up with no actual, what we would consider facts, and truths, when people could, have difference of opinions. They could support different things, but based on facts and truths. Here, what I'm hearing, what you're getting is more hatred than actual reality.
Right. And going back to the person that said, you sound like you're American to me, and it's such a funny thing. He goes, I don't want to hear your pig Latin. He's like, my family's from Bethlehem, and everyone's like, Beit Lechem is a Hebrew word. He's like, so the entire comment section destroyed this guy, and I didn't even really have to do anything. I'm just like being myself. And my thing is, there are many other people that come there with, hey, I know all the facts and I know all this. And what I'm sort of trying to do is that you actually, if you really believe inherently that the anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian entire movement is what it is, you don't need to know all the facts, because if there's literally hate brewing with people, they're going to hate you whether you know facts or no facts. They're going to hate you whether Benjamin Netanyahu is the prime minister or the Marriage Party is prime. They're just going to hate you. So if I'm going in there and I'm like, hey, what's up? And they're like, how could you not condemn the deaths of 300? I'm like, I feel bad. I feel, well, what do you want me to say? I feel bad. And they're like, well, that's not good enough. Well, I'm like, well, if it's not good enough, ask the person next to you if they feel bad, because they do. And then people seem confused that I seem so comfortable there, and it sort of angers people. And then I feel like what became really popular about these videos was like me asking simple questions like, where should the Jews go to? Should they just go back to Yemen and they're like, yeah, they should go back to Yemen. And I'm like, okay. And maybe in another video, and you see other content creators, they would be like, well, this is in a sort of confrontational way. My stuff is sort of like, as a person and like through what I've been through in my life, I realize that I'm not going to change somebody. And I feel like the only way to change people is through public, being held accountable by the public, which is, I think, more important to people who are doing things for clout than not.
But it's your disposition is what you're saying also. You're calm, cool, collective, and that's just how you stay on once that, once you go live, once you start recording. It just seems to be, this is who you are, whether the camera's on or the camera's off.
Exactly. I could perform in front of 20,000 people and literally improv. And I've done that, at Barclays Center with Wild 'N Out, and going to, an interview where a bunch of people are surrounding you and being like this in your face. Like, I'm sort of like, okay, I'm either going to get attacked or everyone just going to, try to make a video of me. And I know that I come through personal experience. My family is Israeli. I know that people have said, well, did you steal your house? And I'm like, no, my grandfather built it. Okay. Well, what about it? And I'm like, no, my mother said that, you know, during the 6-Day War, people were pointing at her house saying they were going to take her house when they won the war. Like, these are my personal experiences, so I could stand on it. If someone told me, hey, someone took my house in 1948, then I would take them for the word. I'll say, okay, it really sucks to be you. And I have friends like that and that's what I kind of go through the authenticity of my personal experience, because no matter how many facts that you have, or if you know who the founder of Zionism was, who did this to your specific house in Ramla, or the difference between Ramla and Ramallah, which is like that's a good test. If you say Ramla, and some people don't know that Ramla exists, and people will say, "Oh, Ramallah," you mean, like, I'm like, all right, I already know how much you know based on the fact that you don't know those little minute differences, the little things, right? Like,
which you're already
Easters and Western, yeah.
You're already saying they know which river and which sea, then, because you're
Yeah,
going
and
even
that's
deep
like
into the
the
minutia.
classic. That was like the one thing, the which river, which sea, I never used, because I was just like, I didn't necessarily have to, because I wasn't trying to purposely confuse people. I would just have conversations with them, and people would say, well, I'm an anti-Zionist Jew. And I'm like, well, you didn't actually have to tell me that for me to know that. When we're here,
It's common sense if you're
I
here.
guess if you're here, like, obviously you want to have the conversation with me. And then what I guess the main point of me was doing it was that, and I had a discussion with, I don't know if we're veering off any question, but recently, as time went on, I really didn't like these short form interviews, because I didn't feel they were accomplishing much, which is why I have a movie coming out, which is really.
I wanted to go into that next, because of all your content that you got, I want to speak about that and what happened to you.
I interviewed a girl who was president of Columbia University, and I asked her, there's multiple colleges there, and she's Israeli, and she did service, and a really sharp girl. And I asked her, I said, what makes kids change on college campuses? And the only thing that makes you change on college campus specifically, or anyone in the protest movement, is that they are held accountable for what they do, which is in the public trial of embarrassment and being embarrassed on YouTube or Instagram and having 3 million, going viral and looking like an idiot. Right. And that's
getting made into a meme.
And that is, yeah, exactly. And what I realized is that people would get doxxed or canceled, and then they would change their mind, because they realize that they don't know something and they shouldn't go out there and spread propaganda, because they were held accountable for their actions. Mind you, that same thing is done for people who commit, like, I'm a former convict, from when I've been sober over 20 years. I made mistakes when I was younger, in the same age of college, and now I still pay the consequences for it when you go and enter into places where people see your record. And now this is like the new public record. This is like the new way of being arrested. It's like, if someone goes on there and says, what did my, John David is his name, and they look and they're like, oh, this guy went to protest and said, Charlie Kirk's death was great. This person, long live the Intifada. They're like, you know what? Yeah, we're not gonna, thanks for coming in.
Yeah,
they're
making databases now with people who commented on Charlie Kirk.
Not only do they have to say, all right, listen, not only did I make a mistake, but this is obviously, now I can't get a job. Now I have to go back. Now I have to actually now I have to go and volunteer and clear that up, and now I have to make content that's positive toward Jewry, and that's the only way. But she told me this as a president of Columbia University. This is the only way people learn, because if they're not held accountable for their actions, then that's it. Yeah, exactly. So for me, when I would go to these protests, I was like, I'm making these videos and people love it, and it was sort of like Bring the Family Home series, and it started this new thing, and this is what people wanted to see.
So
and
I do have to say, I
it.
love the song Bring the Family Home. It really speaks to my heart. But with all the content that you have recorded and what you're doing, talk to me a little bit about this movie that you're making. And I know that you had some issues trying to premiere it as well.
Yes. So, okay, in short, the movie is called Bring the Family Home, but it's very much sort of about bringing Rami home. So in 2024, during the college encampment era, I think we had different eras, right? We was talking about the poster era, the poster ripping era, which is like in early 2023 to 2024. And I said, the college encampments are coming. I went on a film like this. Hey, speaking to the camera, I want to come to your university. let me know and I'll come for free, pay, whatever you guys want. So I went to UPenn, NYU, FIT, Columbia, DePaul University, Northwestern, Berkeley, Chapman. I mean, I went to schools all over, right? I went to upstate New York, and I basically made, I performed inside an encampment at one of them. Like I just started bringing, and then they all surrounded me. So then the kids started wanting to bring me to their college campuses to like stick up for them. It was this interesting thing. They were booking me like a week out. I just did it off social media. So
wow.
I decided to bring my boy Matt. I was like, listen, we're going to make a film called Bring the Family, and we're just going to document the whole tour. And then we went to Paris, the Olympics, and we documented all the anti-Semitism at the Olympics. And what I realized is people were going through such chaos at their universities, and each school was different, right? And I'm going there respectfully, doing specific things, performing for the kids. Some kids were like, don't taunt the other students because, we have a lot of issues on campus. Other places were like, let's go over and perform and taunt them. Yeah. And I was like, whatever, man. We're like making a film. Like this is what we're doing, and this is what's happening to me. Like people want me to perform the Watermelon song, Bring the Family Home. They want to perform Ceasefire. I have so much music about it. 1 year later, I showed the film. We had a 60-minute film. Someone says, let's go either make it shorter. The guy was at my first protest that I went to with Andrew from Channel 5. He goes, make it shorter or make it longer. And this guy, I think he won an Oscar. Like he's a sharp dude. Had a documentary on Netflix. If he didn't win an Oscar, he was nominated. And I'm like, wow. Let me go back and we'll show the film in Chicago, which the crazy stuff happened in Chicago. I met Hirsch's cousin, Jeremiah, who's black, and this showed really like, oh, not all Jews are, it was really interesting because people don't know like who this guy Hirsch is. And he drove a truck around college campuses every single day and still does with pictures of the hostages in Chicago. And it's not like big public news. And Chicago made Columbia University look like a playground.
And we didn't even hear much about that opposed to what's going on in NYU or Columbia.
Yes, because it's just like in New York is like the center of news, but there's tons of stuff happening in Chicago. Now, when I went to Chicago, death threats, I mean, it was just really intense. We go back to Chicago. Hassan Piker's there. Hassan Piker made a video. I go to Hassan Piker's thing. I get kicked out. We go to my show. Like, it's dramatic. Then we sell all these tickets. I rent out a theater to show the film, and it's going to be a film within a film. Now, all of a sudden, they call us and say, we have to take your name off the marquee. We have to take your name. We have to refund all the tickets, and we had to find a new theater. So I said, you guys are crushed because we're documenting this right now.
Did the theater give you a reason why they were canceling you?
Because of security concerns. So we said, hey, we'll bring our own security. I said, we don't trust it. And they say that, we're going to lose all support. So basically what people are saying is if you make enough threats about a Jewish event, Jewish artist, whether it's Modest Yahoo or the Road Between Us, the film that just won in Toronto, right? Same exact thing. You're going to get 100 calls, and they're going to say, if you let that Jewish artist come with the Israel film, Bring the Family Home or whatever, we're going to destroy your building, we're going to egg it, we're all pulling our support, we're not donating to your anything. And these people are not people that are even in your community. Some are, but some aren't. So what now happens is that we were documenting the film within the film. So now in the final film, now it's a 90-minute film, which we extended it. You'll see everything. And what this film told us, and this is the first place I was ever going to show a film. Listen, I've been doing music 20 years. Now I have a film, right? They said, hey, we're going to put your name next to, what's the movie that, No Other Land. And I'm like, yo, this is perfect. No Other Land can't distribution. I can't get distribution. We should have our films. It should exist together, even though we disagree. And so now in my film, I also watched No Other Land. And it's very meta because it's a lot about social media and all the things. And ultimately, this film, in my film, it's going to get protested again. And just like No Other Land can't get distribution, but it's winning awards. But this is what happens. We create a world where, this last film, The Road Between Us, it won the People's Choice Award because Jews are voting for it. And we haven't even seen it. And what happened is they canceled my film and they didn't even watch it. So I said, what? Because the content in the film, it has black voices, it has Palestinian voices, and most importantly, Fastest Theater, the place that shut it down, the film took place right down the street, and it was public knowledge that so much anti-Semitism happened right down the street. And Hirsch is from Chicago, and he was killed. You know what I'm saying? And this is what the film is basically taking place in the majority of it in Chicago.
So what they're trying to do is really just silence your voice.
They're silenced the voice because they're afraid that other people, respectfully, they're like, none of these theaters have ever got this many phone calls ever. So you got to understand, an independent theater that's a cool place is going to get 100 phone calls in a day when they don't get 100 phone calls in a month. And they're going to be like, whoa, we need to change. And this is the problem with the anti-Israel movement, is that they come out of nowhere. And then what we do is we sick like the Jewish motherhood on them, and they get 2,500 emails from like Andrew Hatred and whatever. And this is the sort of society we've created for the creatives. Now, my goal is for No Other Land, which if you are very like pro-Israel or whatever, and you like watch the film, and then watch my film. And like, we should watch these films. We shouldn't just pick and choose what we like. Like, I really go out of my way to watch ILTV or Al Jazeera, and like I watch both of them because I really need to know for myself what's going on and what other people believe, so that when I do talk, I'm
well,
like,
you want to know when you're doxxed. You want to make sure you got to know what to do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like, that's why I created Al Jazeera, and you know, but I've always just been intrigued by that. I've really been intrigued on like, hey, I totally disagree with you. I totally hate you. You totally hate me. And let's hang out together. Because I believe that we hang out with people that don't like us and we pretend we love them. Why can't we have discussions with people that we do not care for and they don't care for us? And at least we're honest.
So I truly believe in these discussions, and you want the honesty. We can literally go on for hours here, but our segment is almost coming to a conclusion for today. Where can people watch your movie if they want to, get more involved and see what's going on if they couldn't see it in the theater in Chicago?
Well, I just finished literally this past few hours. We just finished the new edit of it. It's a full documentary, and now we're submitting it to film festivals all around the world. We have a couple places. It's going to premiere in 2026, so I'm really excited. I'm going to take it through all the film festivals, just like The Road Between Us and just like No Other Land. We're going to also have this travel. It's called Bring the Family Home Film on Instagram. It's also, if you go to Kosher Dills, you could see it's in my Instagram. You could click there. I do a lot of co-shares, and I'm having a lot of content released through it, but I'm also having a Kickstarter because it's extremely expensive. I funded this completely by myself. I didn't take any organizational money because I really got fed up with a lot of organizations and how they try to manipulate things that we already do. And as an artist, I'm very sensitive about my content and stuff I create, and I'm really proud that I would pay to make my own videos. So this is an independent film. It's my first one, and ideally you could help support it and share. And if you're a special high up there like Mr. Boxer himself, you might get a link. You might get a link and say, let me get to watch this a little bit.
We are going to share the link. Make sure you follow Kosher Dills because he is amazing, and it's so much fun watching everything you're doing and keeping it up. Kosher, I want to thank you so much for joining me here on the air today. It was a pleasure and an honor having you on and hearing your story, and just keep doing what you're doing.
We're doing it, and we're going to keep doing it whether we like it or not. Sometimes.
Whether we like it or not. Well, I kind of like it, so it's all good. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in to another episode of The Nosh here with Kosher Dills on ILTV.
How did we not nosh when we were on the nosh?
Oh, because we're talking. Noshing away.
We'll nosh later.
We'll nosh later. Anyway, everyone have a great day. Enjoy. See you later.
And joining us now with more on the latest on day 3 of the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran are Dr. Walid Fares, foreign policy expert and author of Iran Imperialist Republic, and Major General Yaakov Amidrol from Jinsa and former head of the National Security Council. Thank you both for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So, Major General Amidrol, let's start with you. It's day 3 of Operation Roaring Lion. What is your assessment of this operation so far?
So far, it's went, I think, very good. Not just good, but very good. The Americans and Israelis have three missions in this war. One is to destroy totally the ability of the Iranians to produce nuclear military capability in the future. The second is to destroy the whole project of long-range ballistic missiles. And the third one, which is more complicated, is to prepare all the terms, all the atmosphere, the situation that will allow the Iranian opposition to go to the street and to topple the regime. It is something that is not measurable. You never know when you reach the point in which the regime is weak enough to be taken by the rebels, by the opposition. We cannot produce the opposition in Iran. It is an Iranian project that they should do it. They have to understand that is their time to do it. Yesterday, Prime Minister Netanyahu tried to convince the Iranians by speaking in their language in all the Iranian channels that this is what they're supposed to do, but we cannot do it for them. This is something that they should do. What we can do, the Americans and us together, is to make all the efforts for making the regime much weaker, its actions in Tehran, outside Tehran, whatever is needed.
And Dr. Farah, so we've seen over 2,000 bombs dropped. We've seen the supreme leader taken out, dozens of senior regime figures also eliminated. What can you tell us about the state of the Iranian regime today?
Well, the work of our government and Israel have been, fantastic. It has not ever reached that level before over the 40 years plus of the Islamic regime in Iran. And the coordination between the two countries is quasi-perfect. I'm sure there are always issues. But as the general has mentioned, the strategic direct goals of the alliance is basically to weaken the regime, weaken it strategically. Number one, obviously, anything that has to do with the nuclear problem, that has to be resolved, regardless of who is going to be in power in Iran or not. Second, obviously, the missiles. Three, this will have a huge impact on the regime's support of Khomeinist or jihadi Khomeinist terrorist organizations around the world. Of course, you're going to feel the pressure now coming from Hezbollah. We know that. And the militias in Iraq will be activated. So the two powers have been able to engage in the weakening of the regime on the military level. The more complicated is going to be definitely how to engage with the opposition or the various oppositions to the regime. One statement made yesterday, I think, by Prime Minister